Yo, yo, yo. How are we doing? That's a Twitch audio. Okay. Let's hear the YouTube audio. Okay, sounds pretty good. Nice. Okay, everything looks pretty good. We can kind of get started. Yeah, let's get started. Wait, one more time. Okay. Um, let's actually look at a couple of things before we jump into this. You know, some people might come in a few minutes. We'll talk about this. I just wanted to look at this. Wait, let me turn the audio on. I want to see the challenge rewards. Where is it?
In the Curse of the All-Flame League.
Yeah, okay, we have audio. Okay, let's take a look at this. Let's look at the rewards and then we'll go.
In the Curse of the All-Flame League, you'll be able to earn free cosmetics by completing 40 new challenges. These cosmetic rewards can also be used in Path of Exile 2. Make a splash with the Oceanic Weapon effect, as powerful tidal waves wash your enemies away.
Okay.
Fan of all things menacing, squiggly, and eerily?
Any
Acquire
pet?
the Fangtooth Moray pet that'll accompany you underwater and overwater. Be careful though, it occasionally likes to release a shocking dose of lightning. Take charge of your voyages with the Captain's Wheel back attachment. This poor, ghostly fellow
this is kind of
thinks you're a
crazy.
ship.
What?
Hopefully you enjoy his company as he steers you throughout Rayclast. Keep your underwater friend close at hand with this Oceanic Portal effect. This deep-sea
nice.
creature will take a nap while you're out exploring your voyage, then awaken from its slumber to welcome you back when you return. Completing challenges also grants you pieces of this league's Totem Pole hideout decoration. To track your progression and view the challenges, press H in-game or the equivalent on gamepad. As always, these cosmetics do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. Good luck.
Those are actually pretty solid MTX. I really like this portal effect. It's kind of clean. Looks very clean. Where is it? It's like in game. Yeah, that looks pretty clean. And then the backpack. That's kind of crazy, honestly. That's a pretty nice backpack, back attachment or whatever. uh. What else? Let's sort of. I had a couple of these posts out here on Reddit. I wanted to kind of look at. So I saw this one. It was like, what's everyone's first farm? And when I was looking at this, I was like, oh, I should make day one strategy, day one, like what I'm planning to do, etc. So I decided let's take a look at this post. Let's see what other people are doing. For the most part, like, there's been a lot of like established strategies already, and then we can kind of look at like what we can do. But yeah, people are just wondering like what to do. So some people are saying red altars, so you could sell GCPs for the people who are playing Winter Orb, which is going to be very popular. Um, RIP. And so yeah, Eldritch Altars. So Altars is a very good strategy, and I do have it as one of the first things I am also planning on doing. Um, we'll talk about that. Let's see what else people are saying. Heist for early currency. So this is like doing heist right after campaign or actually before the campaign. Um, before you get hit with the res penalty, a lot of people go into heist and they try to farm contracts, get some like early currency, and then just get going. Alter, does it actually have the weightings? Oh, it does have the weightings. I was looking at this earlier. So we'd be doing like a red altars. I guess we would be looking at upside and yeah, for the most part, this is what you're gonna see. You're gonna see a lot of like scouring orbs, orbs of binding. Orbs of binding is actually not too bad. Um, orbs of binding is not too bad because you can treat it as like alchemy orbs. Chaos orbs is what we're looking for, right? Chaos orb. Wow, GCPs actually has a very low rating, but Chaos Orbs has a very high rating or weighting, I should say. So yeah, it's a very very good idea for day one. um, what else? Some people are doing Abyss or Breach. Breach, I'm kind of unsure about. I don't know about you guys, but Breach day one, since like all the Breach has been nerfed, uh, it's probably going to be good in the sense where you will get good items and then you could sell those items, and that's probably the best way to go about it. But I think I'm just not even gonna bother with the breach tree. Abyss, okay, here's the thing. In PoE 2, Abyss is amazing. Um and what they're doing in PoE 1 is they're making it mechanically like Abyss in PoE 2. But the thing that makes PoE 2 Abyss really, really good is the crafting currency that you get from Abyss. You're not getting that in PoE 1, so I actually don't know how good Abyss is going to be. I'm sure people will figure it out. Breach. So this guy's saying, he's gonna look for the Foulborn items. So these are gonna be Giga items. I don't know. I just don't like going for jackpot things early because this is like hit or a miss. Delve. I don't know about Delve either. Some people really really love Delve. I don't really know like what people do day one to like make money out of Delve and like how to progress. Um, you probably I don't know. I bet like people are just playing like meta characters. They're just playing like slams or something like that, and like tanky characters get some fossils. But a lot of people don't really buy fossils until like much later. You don't make money in Delve day one. Yeah, that's what I figured. What's up, Mubs? How you doing? Day 2 to day 20. Okay, I see. Cause yeah, you have to go like so far down, right? Like you have to go like super deep. I guess you have to get to like at least like 200, right? So I guess day one they're just trying to spam 200 or trying to just go down into the thousands. I mean, I figured you would eventually get into the thousands, maybe like day 3, day 4. But like day 1, like people just like how are they getting the money to fund themselves to go like deeper? I never looked at that. But yeah, Steve, if you guys don't know Steve, he is the number one delve king. People who do delve just do it for fun. The real serious delvers are group funded. Yeah, that's what I figured. That's what I figured. Farm bosses, boss farming is omega profitable. I was thinking about doing something like nightmare farming early on. I think once we get our POB to the mid game POB and we have like 10 million DPS, I think we can go in and do some nightmare farming. Just nightmare rush, yeah. I think that's what we're gonna try. We're gonna try some new things this league. Um, so one thing I do want to plan. So like I have this Google Doc. And if you guys are watching this on YouTube, I have the link in the description. This is where I'll like update everything that I find. Like anything I am doing, I'll try to like keep this like updated. Um, I do have like helpful like I saw this Reddit post. I don't know if you saw this either, Muzz, but this is a pretty good Reddit post. It was like talking about like a Leaguestart wealth plan, and it's a flashbang. I know, it's a flashbang. Pretty solid information. Um, but it's craft focus. Yeah, majority of it craft focus, and some of it I don't know if it's actually the best way to do it. Like this, I remember when I farmed um when I crafted the cluster jewel with 35 plus effect, I did not do this. I just used harvest craft. Like fracturing is just like so much money. Like it does make the craft easier, but you could roll like fracture pretty easily. I think what was I doing? We'll craft some. We'll do some like testing here too. Uh, what was it? I-84. I think it's I-84. Let's see. It's very common to fracture those. Yeah, I feel like it's too expensive. Um, but I'm just speaking particularly for my build. Where is it? Cluster jewel, large cluster jewel, cold damage, 84. I'm pretty sure I was just using like harvest speed. Yeah, see, I just hit 35% here. Then we got speed. Yeah, I mean, I did the same thing. I rolled it on a 12-point cluster jewel. But yeah, so we got like one outcome, so that's 1 out of 5. I believe this is exactly what I did last time. Yeah, so we just got another. That's 1 out of 20. And then we would like yellow slam this and hopefully get something. That's okay. It's got 2 so far. Ideally, we're looking to get it with like Ellie Res. 25%, not good enough. 35%, we got it again. It's like 3. I forgot how many. I believe I spent like 50 tries, right? So this is. I forgot what juice this is. But Yeah, I don't remember how much juice this was. Can we... Let me fire up the game real quick. Like, that's so much cheaper than fracturing now. Because you can miss. Like, those things are worth, like, multiple divines. Mm-mm-mm. I think it was yellow, right? Yeah, it's Reforged speed, so 150. What is that? 150 times like 50-ish. 7,500 juice. 7,500 juice. Let's go to PoE Ninja. Life Force, right? Oh, this isn't standard. So one chaos was like 73. So let's just say like you know, I mean, I wouldn't do this on day 1 though. I'll probably do this on like, yeah, like Monday, Tuesday. So like, let's just say average 50, right? So it's 3 chaos per reroll, right? 3 chaos per reroll, and on average, I was hitting it like 50 times, or I was hitting it roughly like 1 out of 50 times, like what I wanted. And let's just take a look at the price of fracturing. And then you could just sell it to other people. Like, let's say you don't get. I mean, I was getting it. Like, the thing is, we only need 3 stats, and the 4th is like bonus, right? For our build, like, we only need. Let's see if we roll another one. Let's see. %25. 35%. Oh yeah, I mean, like, this is something that I wouldn't settle on because it's like a 1%. But yeah, like something like this, right? Like where you would have like all elemental res. I don't know if this might be. This could. No, this is probably not sellable. You'd have to re-roll this. But if you got like 3% here, and then you got 3%, like this is very sellable. And then you just sell it and then look for it, because if you look at the cost of fracturing orb, and this is like just the cost of fracturing orb, I'm not even talking about like missing, like, let's take a look. So on average, it was like 150 chaos, right? That's what my sample size was. So we would do this on, what did I say? Like a Monday, right? So Monday, it's about the same, right? But the thing is, you have to hit the fracture. Like, I don't know. Like, it's so much cheaper to just harvest reroll and then just sell the bad batch. Because I've done this in the past where I try to hit the fracture, and it's like I've missed like 5 or 6 times before. It's like the worst thing. Especially early on, like week 1, you just you're not going for like 4 stats, and even in my end game, I'm not even go for 4 stats. But low key, I should make a flashbang. Gonna make a crafting section. Ah, shit, here we go again, yo. What's good, Soul? Yeah, we'll add this over here. Let me just delete this real quick. But yeah, day one, I wanna like craft things like much, or not day one, but like, you know, week one, I craft things much more cheaply. I guess since we are on the topic of crafting, we could just do this right now. It's actually very easy. I could just, where do I even put this? This wouldn't technically be my first craft, you know. Let's start off with like what I would probably craft like the early days. Number one would be ring, right? Like high res. Best way to go about this, we'll come back to this later, is create a new item. Jewelry. So the best thing is to get like one of these sapphire, topaz, or ruby rings, or even like 2 stone rings that are like that are fractured. But I would have like a high priority on like a ruby ring, just because cold res, right? Cold res in my particular build, we're gonna get a lot of it based on like alpha mods and things like that. But in terms of fire res, we don't really have like a good way to get a lot of fire res. So having like a ruby ring is gonna be very important. And then lightning res, we don't need a lot of lightning res because we have tattoos to solve lightning res. So you know, fire, what's it called? Fire, or sorry, ruby ring is gonna be like the best. And then you just kind of bless orbit, right? Try to get like 30%. Come on. Come on. I think like if it was like early in the league, I would settle for like, yeah, like 29 or something. What is my RNG, brother? Okay, it took me 27. I would not on day one spend 37. Like if I hit 29, I would be good. But yeah, I would try to look for like a fractured. Again, I think the best fracture is to get cold. Cold or lightning is fine. I mean, fire is fine too. And the reason why you want, okay, we got 48 here. You try to get like a T1 fracture. Again, it just like depends on the budget. The reason for this is we're going to use harvest, right? So because we're using harvest, cold is going to be, if you use cold reforge, let's go back to the game actually. Cold, so if you do cold reforge, it's going to cost 50 yellow. Yellow is the most expensive, and then you know, lightning is blue, which is like the second most expensive. But if you do fire, fire is going to, wait, sorry, fire, there we go. Fire is going to be red, and it's going to be most likely the cheapest. That's kind of like the thought process. There's like a, like, you know, like minor min-max things here. But if you can get this particular ring base, it's going to be perfect for what we're going to do. And we're going to have to regal it just to make it rare. Harvest craft. And then we're just going to reforge fire. And then we can try to just get like high resistance. And we're going to try to get like, you know, like double res. So let's see how many tries it takes. Fire res. Main thing I'm just keeping an eye on is just trying to get as much resistance as possible. And this is going to be roughly 1 chaos per reroll, which is, or actually it might be cheaper. Wait, can we let's take a quick peek on exactly what the price is. Might as well. Life Force, Vivid. Or sorry, Wild. Let's go all the way back. So I would try to do this like day 1, day 2. So, you know, we're getting like 77, 85, 70. So about like, you know, like a roll and like a fourth. You know, so like 1.25 rolls per chaos kind of. So basically every 4 chaos we could roll like 5 times, which is not bad because if we get a high resistance ring, this is worth like a divine, 2 divines easily. So this is actually pretty good, you know. Potentially I might settle on this, right? Because it's double T1, very high life, and the cast speed is not bad. I would have to make the decision like whether I want to settle on this or not. For day 1, I would probably settle on this. This is kind of like insane. But let's see where we're about to get. So again, day 1, I would kind of settle on this too, right? Because it's got an open suffix, slam in some lightning res, and it's a triple res ring. Very, very nice. Okay. This one's okay if the all res was higher. So we got like two or 3 rings. This is very unlucky. Yeah, we're getting okay. It's kind of low roll. Yeah, like this I would be happy with as well, right? Tier 2 fire res, tier 4 lightning res. Pretty good roll. This is what, like roughly 52, 92, 96, 126, 156 total res without any catalyst, right? And then you would just craft some life. 156 all res is probably going to be worth what, like, it's probably worth a divine. I mean, like, the other thing I would say is what's it called? Let's go to trade. The other thing is, in like our PUB, I have like the better trade, and oh, okay, I might have to reset this then. That's unfortunate. But like, okay, I might have to update the better trade. But you could do something like you could do a weighted sum and then like just search for these rings. Implicit. I would have to make it like much better than this, but for now it's okay. Just give it like 1 weighting. And then when you try to look for like 150 or something like that ring. Yeah, like in standard, it's not worth that much, but day 1, sometimes it might just straight up be cheaper, right? Like to just buy the ring instead of crafting it yourself. So you just kind of do like the cost analysis. I might just go save this. Wait, is that why it didn't work? Hold up. We just duplicate this real quick. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna have to make a new one. That's unfortunate. Okay, cool. But yeah, you just like run this query, see how much it's worth on day one, and if it's cheap, you know, I would just buy it. If it's like a divine or two, then I would just craft it myself. Let me just write that high res ring. So you just get step one is what, like get a good implicit base, preferred ruby ring. Two, get a fractured T1 or T2 resistance, and then step two is harvest, reforge, preferred fire. Does that even make sense? For reroll a rare item with random. What would I call this? Yeah, fire reforge. I think that's fine. I should call it reforge fire. Actually, yeah, preferred. Yeah, preferred cold res. Yeah, that's like pretty much it for crafting a good ring. And then yeah, I mean there's like potential to get like double tier 1 res. That's sort of like what we're looking for. And if you hit that, that's like pretty much the jackpot. Let's see if we can get it. That's actually not a bad ring. Can we go back? It's got like 99 life. Kind of low all res, but it's not bad. Attack speed. So, and I think I mentioned it earlier, but if you get like an open, oh yeah, here we go. I mean, this is pretty good. Double tier 2, so this is what, like 50, 90, 120, 165. This is 165 without catalyst. So say we used catalyst. Oh. $107, 111, 161, 190, 191. This should also go up, I believe. Wait, let me look at my ring. Yeah, it does go to 36. So this is something that I did myself, right? Like I hit all elemental res and I got like cold and lightning res. I did this without a fracture. I mean, the RNG on this one's kind of crazy, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, this one got like some crazy RNG, huh? But yeah, the main thing is it goes up to 6. So we would have had this ring would have been like 197, which is pretty insane. Do we have trade? Like one. Let's go. Let's look at 195. So yeah, even in standard, oh, this is like with negative. Let's just say reflect off. Mirrored now. See, it's like we're 20 divines. This is like almost exactly like my ring. So we're 20 divines. And as you can see, they had like the same idea, like fractured res, boom, boom, boom. This one, yeah, we would. So the next step, if we were like giga crafting this, we would just wait. Can't you add suffixes can't be changed? Suffixes can't be changed. You'd just craft that on, and then yeah, veiled exalt, and then just unveil. And well, actually, I got lucky here. Remove craft mod, and it's cheaper. Yeah, see, I got lucky here, but yeah, I would. Let's see. I had life again. I mean, we're just trying to hit life like 90% of the time. Got mana here. But yeah, I would just craft like mana here before I unveil. Just so I have high chance of hitting life. See, we just got life here. Undo. Life again. Undo. We got plat damage. Kind of sucks. Life. 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 Yeah. This is basically how I'd finish it, and then if I wanted to, I would just like yellow slam. That's pretty bad, but yeah, that's okay, I guess. And then just like a recraft it. Recraft like higher mana or something like that. But yeah, that's how you craft like a giga ring. Let me kind of just update that. So how should I say this? Optional if you want to go for a giga ring. Fourth step would be suffixes can't be changed. Either like Beastcraft or crafting bench. Most likely Beastcraft's gonna be cheaper. And then 5 Veiled Exalt. Make sure to craft mana before unveil. Unveil life and slam Yellow Slam, Exalt at the end. 7. Change the craft to change bench craft to your desired mod. Most likely wanna or what's the other one that people like? Can you craft like yeah, non-channeling skills? If you're like profit crafting, you would just do non-channeling. I don't know if I spelled that right. I think there's 2 N's, no? Minus cost. What is it? What is it actually called? Yeah. To scale, yeah, something like that. That's basically the TLDR. But if I was doing this day 1, day 2, I would just stop here. And then yeah, we would and then I would just try to get like more bases and just keep doing this. Just keep spamming until we hit something like this. It's pretty good. He hit like life. Oh, this one's really good. He hit like high life. What else can we do? Let's look at another craft. Next one is gonna be, I guess, like helmet. High resistance helmet. Let's go to restart. So technically for helmet, right? Technically for helmet, the base. Okay, what is going on with this italicize? Technically, the base sort of kind of doesn't matter depending on what you want to do. Right? So like if you were doing this for yourself, you probably don't care about the base. And it's gonna make things like much cheaper. Base doesn't matter as much as long as you can wear it. So what I mean by that is, so let's go to helmet. So helmet, so you're gonna have like all these different base types, right? In our build, it's going to be hard to have like high dex or high strength, but you could do like hybrid strength or hybrid dex, and it's fine. Int will be like the best thing for us, right? Because it gives us like energy shield, but dex is good too, right? Just like a little bit of evasion, but for the most part, base type doesn't matter as long as it's fractured. So let's do like, sure, like strength and dex. Let's just pick like some random one, right? 85 strength, 62 dex. We could even get like the top end ones because we will have like 116. But yeah, let me just show you an example of like high dex base. So like 224, we're not getting that. 194, we're not getting that. 170, we're not getting that. Lions, we could get this. And again, right, it actually doesn't matter because the next league the colors are changing. Same thing with like strength, right? Like 224, all this stuff. But the hybrid ones would be better. We don't need to get Archdemon or anything like that. We don't need to get any like special bases. Let's just use this one. if we can, we could try to get like high item level. Let's just go to helmets. I think we picked the strength and int, right? Yeah. So one thing to keep in mind is try to get eye level like at least 72. 84 is gonna be the best. That's the one thing you do want to keep in mind. I'll just say where it's at level 84 for the best results. I think same thing for the ring. Is ring 82 or 84? I kind of forget because like I think PoE 2 it's like 82. My PoE 2 brain is like fusing. Max life and res is all you need, yes. Exactly. It's 84 still, okay. So it is 84. I level 84 for. And helmet is actually very simple, right? Get fractured T1 or T2 resistance. It really doesn't matter which one you get. Because we're going to like essence spam. So use the essence for whichever fracture you how do I word this? Whichever resistance you don't have fractured from step 2. That might be a little too wordy, but yeah, like you would get like any sort of resistance. Let's just say like lightning res, right? Tier 1. Let's try to get a perfect one. I just did. Let's go undo it. Fractured. There we go. Make it regal essence. So in this case, you would use anger, which is fine for like fire res, or you can use hatred for cold res, and then you just slam. Is there a way we could add spell suppress to the build? We can. It's just going to put a lot of resistance pressure, and you would have to it might even be better in that case to drop annihilating light and go for like shield and wand, something like that, and then you could get like more spell suppression. You can also try to path like over here, like Mage Bane, and get spell suppression here. Or what you could do is you could get an impossible escape here and try to get this spell suppression. And then you might have to path over here. But then you're going to have to drop like a couple nodes. But it is possible because you'll need 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep the rest from bandits, yeah. I mean the thing is I would still at the very high end go for kill all, like reset your bandit points to go kill all, just because the extra point is going to be important, and you could just min max your gear to get like more resistance, but the extra point will be like more important. So instead of using an impossible escape here, you would use like an impossible escape here and then get like spell suppress here. Um, you can get what, like 10, 14, 18, 22? At least minimum 22 spell suppress here. Yeah. There is a way, it requires a little finessing. But anyways, back to this. Yeah, you pretty much just go on slam. Like this one is kind of insane, right? Um this was our first slam. Like what the hell? First hatred slam, 142 life. And then tier 1 hybrid armor energy shield. And then we also got like 20 fire res. But yeah, ideally you would want to try to go for like tier 1 triple res. Yeah, like this. Like this is kind of insane. Obviously you didn't get tier 1, but you did get tier 2 life with it. Right? And that's kind of strong. Chaos res I would sort of kind of ignore if you are crafting for our build, just because it's not the priority right now. The priority would be getting like triple res. Day 1 I would be satisfied with this, right? Where you get tier 6 life, tier 3 armor energy shield hybrid, and then you have an open suffix, and with the open suffix you would just craft like a lightning res, or sorry, whatever res. I mean, this is pretty insane, right? I would definitely stick to this as well. It's all about, I mean, this is pretty good. It's all about trying to get a fractured base, and that's gonna be what's gonna determine like how expensive things will be. um but yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I guess you could just say the same thing with gloves too, I guess. Helmet and gloves. Yeah, for the most part you could say the same. Like you could say this about helmet and gloves. Um and then let's just talk about boots. I mean, I guess boots you would also do the same thing. I'm just gonna say, yeah, you're gonna do the same thing for boots. Um, for boots, you could look for. You could slam. You could essence spam zeal to get move speed. I'm saying move speed. Or you can keep spamming resistance essence until you get a decent move speed roll. Or open prefix. Something like that. So let's just do a quick demo because I guess that did get a little complicated. Uh, yeah, reset, create new item, boots. I know we could remove the bandits passive, but can we get the bandit passives later? Yeah, I believe in the wiki. Do I have the wiki up? Yeah. So here's like the recipe on how to do it. So if you put in 20 regrets and an onyx, you will get, you know, kill all bandits, which will give you 2 passive points. Or if you want to go back to Alira, you can 20 regrets with a lapis, and now you're back to Alira. So you can't switch between them. Okay, let's go back to boots real quick. So yeah, same thing. You could pick any boots as long as you can wear them. 2 stone boots are nice, but they don't. You're gonna have Eldritch implicits. But you know, if you can get it on 2 stone boots, they give you a little more extra res. Also, for day 1, you're not gonna need like giga resistance, right? Like, I would say maybe even in the case of boots, you use like 1 zeal and then just slam it, and if you get like high life, you're like good. But let's just continue here. So yeah, you would try to get something, right? Like fire res, fractured, make this rare. So you could do plenty of things. You could use zeal. This guarantees you movement speed. So something like this, right? This is what I was talking about. Like, I would just use like 1 zeal, and if I get like high life and like something like an open suffix, I would just keep this. I would not touch this at all. But if I get something like this, I might reroll, reroll, reroll. This I would keep, right? This, I mean, yeah, like this is giga. Like this is like insane. You could sell this if you don't want, right? Like T1 decks, tier 1 chaos res, like tier 3 life. It's kind of insane. I would definitely sell that actually. Spell suppress. It's okay. So if you have an evasion base, right? If you have evasion on your base type, you're gonna have a chance to get like spell suppress. And sometimes if you hit like really high, it could be worth selling. Like these boots, I would settle on. We got like double res. I could add like a triple res, or I could add like more life. I would not settle on this. Too low. Okay, so now yeah, like like this is like really perfect. This is like pretty much like an end game boot right here, because you got tier 3 lightning res, tier 2 coal res, and you have an open prefix where you just go in, craft like boom, craft like T1 life. I would re-roll this, right? So it's got 57. That's like a low roll. Re-roll 60. Re-roll 60. 61. 68. That's good enough. Hitting 95 is the key, from what I understand, to get all the gem sockets and to get max block cap and other jewels. But I haven't done the math whether if we can later respec into bandits for res. Yeah, so I would say um at the very very end you can respec for extra passive point, but up until like pretty much most of the end game you will want so if we look at the build, right? So when you get to mid game, you're gonna have a big resistance problem with annihilating light, and we're gonna have to deal with the resistance, right? We're gonna try to get res like everywhere we can, and then in the end game, you're gonna have another resistance problem because you're gonna put on Coward's Legacy. Because in the mid game, the best way to solve resistance is also to use like a belt, right? So we're gonna try to get a belt to help us, like a rare belt with our resistance. But when we get to end game, we're gonna get rid of the belt and we're gonna go to Coward's Legacy. So we'll need to get like more resistance. And once we have this solved, then you could think about you know, like respecking to get an extra passive point. And for the most part, right, like my PUB, I stopped it at 96. That way, you don't really need to get 100. You don't need to get all the other passive points. But if you do get like 100, you just add in another cluster jewel here, and that'll give you what, like 5, 5.5, 6.5, 6.2, so 12.7. So it's gonna give you like 12.7 mil DPS. So it'll like kind of push you to like 100 mil if you want to go for level 100. But usually I get to like I get to 96 and that's like good enough for me. Because then I just do like juice content and I keep dying from like, like bossing or Uber bossing and things like that. It's hard to like farm all that XP. You could do it. You could do a strat where you're getting XP and you're making money, but it's usually you make less money, and most of the time I would make more money. It's kind of like the idea. I think that's pretty good. You hit 98 last league after 96. Put pointed endurance charge and life nodes. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, one of the best things you can also do is just do 5-ways. I don't know how good 5-ways are going to be, but that's going to be a very good strat. Okay, for now, I think this is good for like the first couple days. If things these this is going to be like very sufficient in trying to get everything you need. For the most part, day one, let's look at the notes again. Yeah, day one, you're just kind of going for this, getting all your items. It's going to be like pretty cheap. Tarn Shiver, I think, might be a little expensive, but you could just get a +2 Tarn Shiver instead of +4. But if you can get your hands on a +4 for like, I don't know, maybe like 20 chaos, which would be like half a divine day one, I would say it's worth it. If you are doing like some sort of like farming strategy, and then everything else should be cheap. Soul Mantle is like 4 chaos in 5 hours. In 10 hours, it's like 1 chaos. Kikuzaru is like 3 chaos. In 10 hours, it's like 1 chaos. Same thing with Lavingas. Same thing with Dodries. Same thing with Self-Flagellation. So these like 2 to 6, right? These items, within like 20 chaos, you should be able to buy all of them, if not cheaper. I think last time I spent like 10 chaos because I had to take a break somewhere. Tarn Shiver last time was like 2 chaos, but I think if you get a +4, it's probably going to be worth, I'm assuming, like half a divine, so like 20 chaos. But like by the time it's day 2, it's going to be worth like 10 chaos. It may spike based on what people are doing on Winter Orb, but I'm not sure. Like I said, just get a +2 for now, because by day 3, day 4, this is going to be worth like 1 chaos. Everything by like day 4, day 5 is going to be worth like 1 chaos for sure. These are very, very like low tier uniques. Anathema is going to be expensive. I'm just going to be honest. Anathema is going to be expensive. Palstron is playing his build again. So if people are following Palstron, they're going to use this. Stormburst totems, they are using this as well. That's going to be expensive. So if you get like a lucky divine, right? Like if you get a lucky divine, or maybe even like 2 divines, Anathema's day 1 might be worth to buy like immediately. Let's actually confirm what happened last time. So we could just go back, right? Okay. Search function is not working. Type this in. So anathemas, let's take a look. So yeah, as you can see, day one, it was kind of cheap. 140 chaos. 140 chaos day one is roughly like 2 to 3 divines. And then the next day, it jumped to like 280. Actually, it didn't even show up on day one. It showed up on Saturday. Right, I'm going as far back as possible. So it showed up on Saturday. And then Sunday, it was like day 3. It was like super expensive. But in terms of divine, this is still 3 divines, I believe. Maybe 4 divines. And then, as you can see, it drops like much cheaper by the end of week 1. But if you are gaming, right, if you're a power gamer, this like 3 divines, 4 divines, 2 divines, like it's worth. It's absolutely worth. Last time I just ended up getting Dodries. Let's see Let me see Dodries damning. You'll see how much cheaper it is because you could get 2 of these, and 2 of these is Friday, day of the Leaguestart 1 chaos. Like it is like a very, very solid. You could hold on to this, especially if you're like a beginner or if you're going at a slower pace. You just get 2 of these. It's worth 2 chaos, right? 2 of them, and then you sit for a whole like 5 days, and then you just pick up anathemas for like 20, 30 chaos. That's what I would do if I'm just like playing pretty slow. So yeah, I think we covered most of that, some items. Let's actually talk about some strats, because yeah, since like we have more people here, I'm just gonna quickly explain this. So this is the Google Doc. It's going to be in my YouTube comment section, or not comment section, but the description, right? If you click on the link, you should be able to go to here, and then you can, you know, sort of see all these links, right? Same thing with like the crafting. Helpful, like some of the random things I find, I'll just put it here. But yeah, let's talk about the Atlas progression, right? And what I am gonna try to farm. So if you just click on this link, it shows you the Atlas tree and sort of like what to go for. Now, I'm still a pretty strong believer in unwavering vision, and basically the idea, the way this tree works, right, is you go straight up, right? You go straight up right here. You go to the left because this gives you more rare monsters. Go to the right. You 100% want to go to the right because the left is going to mess you up in mapping. It changes your quant to rarity. And then you go unwavering vision. So now what does unwavering vision do? It gives you 20 Atlas points instantly. So after you complete 22 Atlas completions, right, you're going to be able to do this. And you're immediately going to be able to jump to 42 points. As you can see, the total change. And then you just go over here and you pick up these Atlas nodes. Going to be at 38. And then you could spend like the next points, like however. But this right here is going to help you progress the Atlas so much faster. You're just going to have a lot of map sustain and whatnot. Your life is going to be easier. A lot of people don't like taking this because you don't get scarab drops, and for the most part, you don't need it. You're not going to be able to sell majority of your scarabs, right? Because there's like so many different types of scarabs. Yeah, there's just like so many different types of scarabs, and you're hoping basically that you drop like a Legion Scarab. That's like the only thing that's gonna sell on day one. Maybe like maybe ambush, but even then I doubt it. Um, maybe abyss, maybe breach. Yeah, it's the best node to complete the maps. Um, it's just too good. It just gives you a massive early game power spike for just map completion. So that's the first tree. That's what you want to aim for first. The next thing I like to do personally is I like to go for strong boxes, right? And the reason for that is strong boxes, they're going to give you just random drops. And if you get an Arcanist strong box, you're going to get some extra currency, right? Like, and you could get like, I don't know, like a 6 link here. And since 6 links are going to be white socketed now, you could sell it to people. People are going to want it, especially if you get a very good 6 link, make a couple chaos there. You could also just raw drop chaos. Very nice. So the way I go about it is I go for twice tempted first, which guarantees one strong box, and then I get tamper proof, secret compartment, and then I go for backup cash because if you do get the Arcanist box, right, this increases the Arcanist strong box chance. And then you do get currency from Arcanist strong box, it will be duplicated. Very, very good. As we are gonna be doing like 100 maps, right? And in 100 maps, you're pretty much guaranteed to get like a divine or something. And from there, there are multiple things. You kind of could go wherever you want. There's shrines, right? Or Nico. So the first thing I like to do personally is go for shrine, get this like 3 nodes over here to get me map guarantees me at least 1 shrine. Then I pick up like additional packs, increase the buff effect, gives you a little bit of extra mapping power, and then I pick up this for some duration, and then I pick up these nodes to give me extra shrine chance, like additional shrine chance. You can get like 2 or whatnot. Shrine just very good, right? You get some extra enemies to fight, you get some extra power from the shrine, makes your mapping much easier. Now the second thing I go for is, or I guess the third thing is Nico, which is packed with energy. And basically you want to get as many Nico nodes as possible. This one, this early node is very strong because it gives you 40% right away. This one, these two give you 8%. This one gives you 8%. And they actually moved the Nico node over here now. It used to be like right over here, but now it's up here. So you're going to spend a little extra points. But yeah, pick up these 8% chance. Try to get 100%, right? So we have a guaranteed Nico. And when we have guaranteed Nico, we get packed with energy. This is just like a very nice thing. The main thing I get out of this is like movement speed, right? 15% movement speed. The damage is nice. 35% increased damage is very, very strong. But this stacks all the way 3 times. And as you find them in your maps, this is going to just make your maps feel a lot faster to complete. And that's sort of like the base setup, right? That's like the base setup that I like to go for. And because of the strongbox, depending on like how lucky you are, etc., you probably might get a divine. If not, then we could start thinking about some strategies, right? So if you do get a divine, with a divine, you can pretty much do the entire early game setup of the build, and you are pretty much good to just keep on going, keep on blasting. And you might also just get like a couple chaos from the strong boss, and you're like good to go. I would say like 90% of the time with this setup, you are pretty much good to go. You might have to do like a couple extra maps. Yo, what's up, Green Viper? How you doing, bro? Um, yeah, we're just talking about a couple of like Atlas trees. So that's what I would say are the first two, or like the first like Atlas tree, right? Aim for unwavering vision, get your map tiers, and then I would say go for strongbox, shrine the Nico, and then you're gonna get like base power. After that, you could go two separate ways. And actually you could go three separate ways. Because with 81 points, you should be able to unlock the second Atlas tree. If I'm Is it still the case? Can I confirm that? Let me just check real quick. When did we get the second Atlas tree? I believe the second Atlas tree comes at 50. Or is it at 100? When did we get the second Atlas tree? I believe it is 50. Like, as soon as you get 50 points, you should get a second Atlas tree. And the thing that I'm planning this league, right? I haven't done this before, but I know it's very strong. We are going to go for essences. Right? So around this point, we are going to have like 81. So we should be at like 61 completion because of unwavering vision. Is that what it's called? Yeah, unwavering vision. But with that much Atlas points, we should get our second Atlas tree. And what I plan on doing is I'm planning on going an essence setup, right? So with this tree, I plan on farming like tier 7 maps to get a bunch of essences and sell those essences. And this is like what you would do if you wanted to do that strat. It's very, very simple. You're pretty much taking every single essence node on the Atlas tree except for one, right? You do not want to take crystal resonance. Okay. What crystal resonance does is, like, it will siphon all the essences to the map boss, right? So you don't want to do that, at least not right now, because we're not strong enough to deal with that. We just want to fight the essences in the map itself, not when it's on top of the boss. And yeah, pretty straightforward. Make sure you definitely have this. You're just going to get a ton of essences. We're going to do a ton of tier 7 maps. And we're picking up a couple of these, you know, higher map tier chins and like these map nodes and whatnot, just to help us sustain those like tier 7, tier 8 maps. That way we can just like keep getting essences. And then, you know, if we do get like even more points, or let's say you come back to it, this is like the upgraded version of the essence tree, where we are just, you know, going for more map drop chance, everywhere, and then we are also blocking. So blocking different league mechanics helps because when you block a particular type of league mechanic, as it says, your maps have 2% chance to contain other extra content. So this does affect essences as well, from my knowledge. And then yeah, you're just picking up more maps found. I also took this note because, you know, if the essences have less life, it's going to be faster to kill them. The fact that they do more damage shouldn't be too bad. If it is rippy, you could just turn it off. But yeah, this is like 83 points. Not bad. The main reason I'm thinking about doing essence is, let's look at some essence prices. So yeah, some of like the stronger ones, like Woe is gonna be good. Let's just look at Zeal, right? Let's look at Zeal prices. Let's go all the way to day 1. So on Friday, a deafening Zeal was worth 4 chaos. Saturday it went down a little bit. Sunday it's going up, and then like Tuesday it's back to 4, and then towards the end of the week it's going to go up, and then from here it should kind of just keep on going up and up and up as the league goes, because that's how people are going to be crafting. But yeah, as you can see, if we get just one Zeal, where we get 4 chaos. And actually need to put this in frame of reference, because where's the divine orb? Because divines early are very, very like cheap, I guess is what you would say. So it's showing the price on Thursday. Oh, I think it's showing Thursday because I don't know, maybe it's using like UTC or something like that. I think it's showing because it's UTC, but yeah, that around 61 chaos is roughly how much a divine is worth within like I would say like 5 to 10 hours. I think within like 5 hours, I think a divine's worth like 40 chaos, maybe like 50 chaos. But yeah, like even, 15 hours later, like 20 hours later, it's worth like 94 chaos. And then the next day, Saturday, it's worth like 120 chaos. And then it should stabilize around here, around 160, 175, 180. And then it's going to go up because inflation, right? And it's going to go like all the way up. And now it's like 800. But the main thing is, if you can sell these essences very early, they're going to be very expensive because people want them. They want to craft, right? We just went over like why it's very nice to craft. And yeah, so that's pretty much sort of like the idea. Let's look at a couple more essences. So Zeal is very good. Contempt would be very good. Yeah, Contempt is also 4 on day 1, 3. Like, even if it's like 3 chaos, it's like worth quite a bit. I actually want to look at, what is it, like Scorn? What's it called actually? Envy? Is it Envy? I don't know how many people are playing bow, but there's like a +2 bow recipe. Just can't remember. Misery, envy, dread. It's dread. It's 100% dread. Yeah, see, dread. You would actually. So the thing about dread is, what the hell? Where's shrieking dread? What the hell? Wait, where's shrieking? Okay, so shrieking does exist. It's just not showing, I guess. Um, let's see how much shrieking is worth. Day one. So yeah, day one shrieking is worth 3. So that's how you do the strat. You wouldn't even vol orbit to try to get deafening. You just literally take whatever essence is there and you go and sell it. And the first thing you want to buy is actually the essence scarab. So let's actually take a price check at the essence scarab. So there's a couple essence scarabs, right, that you would want. The main one is just simply called the essence scarab because it adds 3 additional essences. And then the other one is Ascent. So let's look at the price for both of these, because I'm not even sure either. Let's go to this. So yeah, day one is worth like it's worth about like 2 chaos. 2 chaos, maybe less than that. 1 chaos, and then it becomes 2 chaos again. So early on, it's actually fairly cheap. Even if it's 2 chaos, it's fine because it gives us 3 essences. And as you can see, pretty much every essence is selling for like 3 chaos. So our ROI should be like... And we get like multiple essences, right? We get multiple essences thanks to this node. Imprison monsters have 15% chance to have 3 additional essences. So very strong. I think this one has like, yeah, these are like additional. What is this? Additional. And then at least 1 at the highest possible tier. So very, very high chance of getting high tier essences. So this will be the first thing we invest in. And then we just try to buy more as we like just keep getting more money. Let's look at the other essence. So essence of Ascent. So day one, this thing was worth like 9 chaos, which is pretty expensive. So 9 chaos. And then the next day it's cheaper. But day one, would that be worth 9 chaos? So if you have 3 essences, you're basically getting 4 essences per map if you use the other scarab and then you put the Ascent. Well, in the map device, how many can you actually put again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it 3 slots that are... I think it's 3, right? In the beginning. And then 1 you get from like 10 ways and 1 you get from like nightmare maps. Let's kind of confirm this if I can. Yeah, so 10 way you get an additional slot, and then nightmare map you get another slot. So we won't be able to use the other 2, but we'll be able to use 1, 2, 3. And so that means we can basically use Uh, like this is what we would end up using. Which would give us six from here and then one from the map device, so 7. Each one of these would cost 2, so this is 4, and this would cost 9, so it's 13 chaos per map. But 7 essences, that's kind of a lot of essences. I'm actually gonna jump off this. That's not bad. I think it still works out. You would 7 essences, and if each one of them gives you something good, and each one sells for like 3 each, it's like minimum 21. And like if you get like 3 essences per, it could be like 61 chaos. So it's like you'd almost make like anywhere from like half a divine to like a divine a map, which is kind of insane. So I think, we're gonna try this, right? We're gonna try this strategy for day 1 farming, see how it goes. Like I said, you don't need to have the essence to begin, or the scarab to begin with. Let me actually write that down. Scarab. What's it called? Ascent, right? I believe it's called Ascent. Let's copy this. And then, yeah, you'd basically only run Scarab of the Ascent when you have the Essence Scarab. So yeah, that's sort of like the plan of, the Essence strat. We'll see how it goes. We'll see, like I haven't done day 1 Essence farming before. I just kind of continue, right? So let's actually talk about 2 different ways you can continue if you don't want to stop to do essences and make currency. Right, so the first one is the progression continues. So the progression continues is essentially from your strong boxes you got a divine, or you got about like 20 chaos or something like that as you're doing this run, and you have pretty good amount of currency to just keep on going. And what I would do is, I would just start trying to get some conqueror maps. I'd try to get some like elder shaper maps, some synth maps, and then of course I'm trying to get some memory tears, so then we could do our second void stone in the or like the originator void stone. So this is like if you wanted to just continue progressing and you have made some upgrades, like you pretty much got everything here, and you have a 4-link, right? Just 4-link soul mantle. You don't actually need a 5-link or a 6-link. A 4-link soul mantle. Last time I did pretty much 3 stones with a 4-link. I did get a 6-link when I did do Maven, but you don't need that for the first couple uh void stones. Let's go back. So that's the first option. And then if you continue this, this is just like the min max version of the Atlas tree, right? This is like if you just fully just keep on going, is you can go into destructive play. I would just, after you picked up these nodes, I would just go down to destructive play, and then I would start. Once you're on like tier 16 maps, I would, pick up these heist nodes. Um, these heist nodes are going to be very good for just getting some like side currency, and then pick up some quant and whatnot. I unspec some of the memory threads because at this point you pretty much have all your void stones if you're going into destructive play, and then go into like more quant, so then you could get some more Maven splinters and whatnot. You don't need to have 138 out of 138. I'm just putting it out there if this is where you want to go. Now, let's say you don't want to do too much bossing, and you're just kind of going for like 100 points completion, right? Like you're just going. Let's just say, yeah, you just want to get like 100 points. You're not like comfortable with bossing. You just want to kind of like map more. This is what I would do instead. So pretty much the same setup as our base Atlas tree, and we still have Shrine, Strongbox, Nico, and the change we are doing is we are going here to the left. Now, one of the biggest things with both of these different ways, either you're going destructive play or you're going red altar, you're going to have to start saving some points to unspec unwavering vision, right? Because at this point, you don't really need the Atlas points, as you were like once you get to this point right here where you are at 81 Atlas point completion, you're going to be somewhere around like a red maps. And when you're going for like 100 point completion, you don't actually need the red altars because you're still in like tier 11, tier 12, 13, 14 or and whatnot. So, red altars are just better at once you're at like tier 16. Same thing with heist, right? So that's what we're kind of going for. And if that's the case, the first thing you want to do is just save up your 20 points and unspec out of unwavering vision. Once you do that, you can start going for the red altars because you're going to be more comfortable in tier 16s now. Red altars, just farming raw chaos, pick up more of this. I would even take this, right? Because selling this, the Exarch invite is going to give you a decent amount of currency. And once I have this red altars done, I would start going for heist. And the first node I would take is No Honor Among Thieves. It just gives you a ton of chances to get Smuggler's Cash and get blueprints. You have a chance to get like 6 additional. It's kind of massive. And then of course I would take Chasing the Joint, which gives you chance for blueprints to be full reveals, which are going to be worth at least like half a divine day 1, day 2. And then I would just go wrap up by picking up this node actually first. Just gives us more Smuggler's Cash. Smuggler's Cash. And then more heist nodes, etc. And that's kind of like if you wanted to go more mapping focus, where you don't want to farm the void stones, it's still very good to get the first void stone, of course, right? So I would definitely focus on that, and I would do this strat to get a little bit of more currency as I am going around the void stones. And then this is just like the upgraded version of that tree. So we are taking a bunch of scarab nodes, we're taking a bunch of increased effect, we're taking pack size. I would prioritize pack size first. Magic monsters. What else? And then we're getting Wrath of Cosmos, because now at this point you should have a stronger build, right? Like you're kind of aiming for 138 at this point, so you should be able to get Wrath of Cosmos. And yeah, and then we just picking up some scarab nodes gives us extra chance to get like better scarabs. I would prioritize this one first, which is the ambush scarab, and then all these other ones are kind of lower priority, but they give you some good scarabs like divination scarabs, cartography scarabs, domination scarabs. Pretty good currency. Still have heist. Influence maps, right? You can get some influence maps. We still want to have map tiers, because now we can start getting like nightmare maps. We can start getting memory influence maps, etc. And as you can see, I don't have like conqueror maps. I don't have guardian maps and synth maps. And there's a reason I do this, right? Because I am going to be doing Jungle Valley. Let me just confirm, actually. Okay, yeah. So Jungle Valley is not in the patch notes. They put in like what maps they add and remove. Is it over here? Yeah, right here. So they tell you exactly what maps are removed and what maps they add to the atlas. So the ones they removed, so Canyon, this one's actually a pretty solid map. Coves is a very good map for invitation farming. Unfortunate. So yeah, race course, pretty good map. Underground Sea, pretty good map. So yeah, they removed a bunch of these maps, but not Jungle Valley. The most important thing is Jungle Valley, and in Jungle Valley is the best place to farm altars, because the map boss is technically not spawned in, and because of that, when we look at these altar mods, right, you just don't get the map boss altar mods, which is very, very good, because you don't want to juice up the map boss, because it becomes very, very hard to deal with. Instead, you want to juice up minions, right? So like main one is going to be like Grand Eldritch. Vol orbs are very good. All these instilling and enkindling orbs are very expensive. They like first couple of days as well. Gem Cutter's Prism is going to be massive. Glass Blowers is going to be massive. Of course, Chaos Orb is going to be big. And as you can see, Chaos Orb has a very high weighting, so you're going to see this quite a bit. Corrupted Unique Item is very good for Divination card. This is how you can get the Mage Blood card. So this is like there's a very, very rare chance that you are gonna get the Mage Blood card, but it's still there, right? Like just something to keep an eye out for if you do see this. This is one of like the potential jackpot, I should say. Even the corrupted item one is good. What else is there? And then there's some like scarabs, right? Like scarabs have a chance to be duplicated, which is pretty good. Quantity, if like player gets quantity. So our build is very, very good for altar farming, because we can like off screen and we could freeze, right? So we can actually take a bunch of these altar mods, especially on our character. So let's look at some downsides, right? Player downsides. So some of these downsides are pretty rippy. You have like minus fire res, chaos res, armor evasion. We don't have armor evasion anyways. Reduce flash duration is something to keep in mind, because if you get to a certain amount, you pretty much can't use your flasks. So it's something to keep an eye out for. chaos damage per second during any flash effect. You 100% want to avoid this, especially early on. Curses you inflict are reflected back on you. We are curse immune, so this does nothing to us. What else? Burning Ground. We're gonna take the Pantheon where we are unaffected by Burning Ground. Meteor is very rippy, right? 30% chance to get hit with a meteor when you use a flask. This is pretty rippy. You want to avoid that. Extra chaos damage, you want to avoid that, especially early. Even maybe extra fire damage. Combination of extra fire damage and minus res could be rippy. But the main thing, the only thing you want to like kind of focus on is chaos damage per second. If you see that, don't click on it. If you see damage is extra chaos, don't click on it. And if you see targeted by meteor, don't click on it. Later on, we could pretty much take all of these. It doesn't matter. We're gonna be fine. So yeah, that's basically altars. That is a very good strat. I'm definitely gonna do this most likely day 2, day 3, something like that. We'll see what I want to do destructive play wise. Destructive play is very, very good as well. The way I like to do destructive play is for like guardian invitations. So we'll see where I go on day 2, right? Because like I said, day 1 I'm going for essences. We're gonna try to see how much we can farm with the essences, and then most likely I'm probably gonna go red altar because I want to do some sort of like mapping strat to showcase for most people. And yeah, we'll sort of go from there. Yeah, it's sort of like the day 1 plan, guys. I hate that meteor. Yeah, bro, I hate that meteor too. It's one of the worst mods on the altars. But yeah, that's the plan. I'll have like a couple of other strategies, right? I think last year, what did I do last year? Yeah, last year I just did I was just doing Atlas progression. Last year I actually dropped like 6 divines while mapping while I was doing progression, and I actually didn't use any of it. I actually kept all the divines in my stash because I didn't want to skew the results, right? Like I didn't want to be like, oh, I'm doing like Eater Exarch with like Giga Juice gear. I pretty much had like rags on most of the time. I did everything with 4-link. Um, we did 138 out of 138. I think on day 2. Yeah, day 2. It did take me like 20 hours or something like that, right? Like if you add this up, it's like 20 hours, something like that. And then I did Alk and Go. So yeah, let's actually play this. Yeah, so we got all 100 points. Yeah, so this is the exact Atlas tree I ran. Oh, I did Breach. But yeah, this time Breach is nerfed. So we're not doing that. We could do it though, right? But as you can see, we have like Red Altar and Breach. And as you can see, I have like the heist nodes, things like that. I did like literally the same thing last patch. But it's very, very good. I just didn't make a video on it. I just, if you're on the stream, Sometimes I make the videos. Sometimes I don't get time to. So we're at 125 on day 3. Let me just take a look again. Yeah, stream number 6 is day 3. So we're doing Alk and Go for like the first 2 days. Let's go back. Let's see what it looks like. Do I show my character? Yeah, you could see I'm looking for anathemas. Day, what did I say? It was day 3. It was for like 250 chaos, which is 2.4 divs. Day 3, so I did have. Well, yeah, it makes sense because. Okay, so this character is kind of. What was this at? Like, I think. Wait, actually, hold on. I like try to record like as much data as possible, so I actually have what my character looked like. So we were day 3, 8.4 mil DPS. Okay. Yeah, this makes sense. Yeah, we had two Dodries damning. We 6 link our soul mantle. We got it like +2 projectiles, and then we had an annihilating light, 61%. We actually were chaos cap. I definitely spent all 6 divines for this then. Oh, this amulet, I kept it the entire league actually, I think. I ended up getting fugitive boots for chaos res. Okay. Fugitive boots are pretty good. And then yeah, we had like a triple res life helmet. Pretty good. What's my ring? Oh yeah, we just had Dodries. Let's look at the tree. So we had 75, block 48. What level was I? I was level 95. Okay. So yeah, we had like 8. We had like 8 point something mil DPS. Did I use scarabs? Let me check. So I actually did this strat without any scarabs. I I kind of want to see how it looked like when I was in breach. Go to the breach. What was I doing? Was I trying to get all the altars before I opened breach? So yeah, this is the thing about Jungle Valley is like, you just straight up don't even go in to complete. You just have to go in for a 28th map or whatever. Got Mirage, dude. There was so much juice. Can I introduce your build in my guide? Yo, yes, you can if you. Yeah, if you're making a video, let me know, man. I'll come check it out too. But yeah, you could definitely use my build in your guide. Well, that's actually a pretty good example because I'm trying to buy something. That's actually trying to buy a +1. I wonder if I have somewhere where. What is this? Oh, I was like coloring. What was I doing here? Oh yeah, I was putting a. Wait, let me look at my notepad because I actually have a couple timestamps of when I did certain things. 3.28. What stream is this? Stream number 6. 3:55. So this is day 3. I spent about 3 hours. Let's just say like 4 hours. Because I did stop to like do gear and whatnot, but we spent this much time. We made like roughly just raw dropped 185 chaos. We raw dropped 1 divine. Got 3 nightmare maps. Got the fortunate card. I must have scry. We'll definitely have to do some scrying orb shenanigans. But yeah, we got 1 invitation. If I got 1 invitation, that means I did 28 maps in in like 4 hours, which is pretty bad. Wait, how much is that? Let's take a look. 4 hours, 462. 8.5 minutes per map. Wait, how much was I? How long was it taking me to do the map? I have like a time tick over here. I went to fields for some reason. Actually, that's a good DPS check for. Okay, I just got blasted. It is what it is. I must have just taken like a crit hit or something. But yeah, we're pretty good. I mean, I'm like kind of stalling, but I think it's taking me like 5 minutes per map. But like, I don't play like super efficiently, you know? Like, I did swap over at one point to using scarabs. Oh, that's right. Okay, I remember exactly what I did now. I was doing the fields map to get the fortunate card, and I wanted to scry it onto Jungle Valley. That's what I was doing. And that's why I pulled up the scarabs too. Because if you get like more pack size, you have a higher chance of getting the scrying orb or the nameless seer. But But next patch is changing. We could just buy it, so we won't have to do something like this. Yeah, what was my luck with the breach tree? Did I get anything? That's a pretty insane helmet. What did they nerf in breach again? Like, is breach that nerf? Because that helmet makes me question things. Where is breach? See what they did here. Breach monster reduced. Number of packs spawned in unstable breaches has been reduced by 25%. Okay. Progress has been increased to compensate. Okay. But overall, it's like a quant nerf. Or pack size nerf, I guess. Maximum number of... Only 2 can be open at once. Okay. Okay, another pack size nerf. Like a literally 50% pack size nerf. Another pack size nerf. They just straight up got rid of pack size and gave it rare monsters. And this is a small passives. So rare monster, magic monster nerf by 10%. 8%. 8% increase monsters. Now it's 5%. So it's another magic. Like the number of nerfs they did to breach is crazy. These changes do not affect the amount of high blood. That's very interesting, actually. Maybe breach is still good. Hold up. These changes do not affect the amount of high blood. Okay, this. Okay. Wait, hold up. This is bad though. Equipment items birthed by the Genesis tree inherently have slightly less modifier tier rating. Bias towards higher tier base types. There's also. Wait. Okay. There's also a lower inherent chance to birth additional items. Okay. So we're not going to get as many items and we're not going to get as many higher tiers. Equipment Genesis tree is now 16 instead of 20. This actually might be a big hit. This is actually a pretty big boot too. It's a pretty good boot too because you just craft movement speed. Triple res life. Can I see what my tree look like? So I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then you would go 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. And then I think you would do like 19 or 20. So you won't be able to do, you'd only be able to do 16. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Which is fine because that's what I was doing anyways. I was only doing this with 10. With 16, you could go over here. 10, 1, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So you would only get 2 of these instead of 3. Hmm. I don't know. Okay, maybe Breach isn't that good. I don't know. Some people really want to do it though. Small equipment Genesis Tree passives that grant a chance for boom gifts to birth an additional equipment and now have values of 25%, previously 50%. That's pretty big nerf. Grant increased chance for modifiers of a specific type now have values of 300%, previously 500%. This seems like pretty big nerfs, man. I don't know about you guys, but this seems like pretty big nerfs. The Genesis tree is now able to use womb gift items from your stash tab. This is a very, very nice quality of life change. Oh yeah, there's these Atlas anomalies. We kind of have to figure out what those are at some point. Okay. Did I do anything else? How much did I buy it for? So a perfect rain of splinters on on day 3 was worth 9 divines. Okay. Okay. That's kind of crazy. Oh, I did buy a ring. Wait, hold up. I kind of want to have. I kind of want to know. I did buy a ring. So +2 projectile soul mantle on day 3 was worth 30 chaos or 80 chaos. That's pretty good. This is like a absolute end game item for us. 30 chaos is nothing. Like it's roughly one divine was like 110 chaos on day 3. 30 chaos. Yeah, I got mine for like 50C. Nice. That's pretty massive. What was I doing? Oh, I think I was looking at someone else's POB. Yeah, I was looking at someone else's POB. That's why it took me so long to map, guys. what was what was the end of day 3? Okay, it bugged out. I definitely bought like a Giga ring. Maybe I crafted it. I just don't know where it is. Unfortunately, I didn't timestamp it. I usually show like everything I'm trading to. Uh, yeah, let's look at some of these prices. So this is what I was talking about is like if you sometimes it's not even worth trying to essence craft, right? So like this guide right here, I listed out how to craft these items. but sometimes like trade is so OP. Like sometimes you could just get like a really good items without um spending too much. Like this is pretty good for 25 chaos. I hurt my left hand, so it's going to be controller controller league for me. I'm new to using controller. Oh really? Let me know how that goes. I've actually haven't used a controller to play PoE. Oh really, Green Viper? You got +2 and reduced crit? That's kind of massive. You can easily become crit immune. Because there's like a couple nodes here. Like I think over here, yeah, you have 30% reduced damage from crit strike. So if you wanted to, you would have gotten like 80% reduced, and then these in points, if you don't need too many, uh where is it? 5% reduced crit damage. So you would, if you took like 4 of these reduced crit tattoos and this crit reduced mastery, you would be crit immune. That's kind of insane actually. I totally forgot about that, but yeah, like Soul Mantle, um there are chances um where some people they will double corrupt like right away, and you might get some like giga soul mantles, right? So if we corrupt it, uh projectile gems, that's what you want, and then yeah, 50% reduced crit damage. Super, super nice. That's how you become crit immune, if you know that's something you want to go for. There's like so many different like intricate ways to like solve things, and like based on preference, like you could go like different direction. There's also increased damage. Of course, you would want +1, +2. That's like the jackpot drop. But yeah, that's pretty cool. Let's see what I do here. Like one divine for something like this is pretty insane. 125 life, 47 res, 27 chaos resist, and then crafted movement speed. You could also like change this if you want. Let's see what I do here. Please don't spend currency on crafting. Last league, I spent currency like 1 to 2 divs on one armor, only to find similar armor in market for 20C. Yeah, no, I always give that tip first. Is actually, let me write this. Okay, write this. Yeah, always check items on trade first. It might be cheaper to buy good items. We'll put this in a border. There we go. Because yeah, it is true. You know, sometimes it is just better to do this. But if you're playing like SSF, or if for some reason these are like giga expensive, you can do this. I might have to update this whole thing actually, because let's see, does this work? Okay, this one works. No, it didn't work. Oh my god. Okay, so I think some of my weighted sum are like, yeah, I think all my weighted sum like got messed up. It became contributed to the build, yes. Yeah, it's very, very important to, buy things cheap if you can. Okay, so I might have to update my better trade. I might do this off stream before um yeah, I might have to do this. I'll have to see. I'll have to see. I'll go through each one of these and I'll see if some of these have an issue. Yeah, like this hunter boot stuff, right? I mean, look at this. You can get like some crazy boots um on trade, right? Where these are completely acceptable to like hunter slam, right? And you could get your +2 projectile. And I think, what is it? Uh, this is boots. Let's reset. Go to boots, just whatever. Actually, it does need to be a specific boot base. It needs to have dexterity. And then if you look at hunter slams, you basically have like a 1 in 3 chance to hit um like projectile. Actually, it's not 1 in 3. It's it's 1 in 4, I guess, to hit +2. I mean, the weightings are different. Well, they're all weighted the same, actually. Wait, they are weighted the same. So yeah, it is 1 in 4 chance if you use this trade link, right? Which it seems to be working. Um, which is interesting because it does have. Oh, it's not using weighted sum. That's why. I think all my weighted sum got messed up. And then yeah, you would like block suffix, and then you just hunter slam this, and that's probably gonna be cheaper than anything you would actually craft. We'll talk about more about this in the update videos. Like, there's a lot to talk about in the update videos, but this is like super like end game POB. I switch my POBs, but yeah, it's like day 5, week end of week 1, like crafting. I mean, this is pretty crazy right here. Oh, I was looking for like a region. Um, wait, no, I wasn't looking for region. I was just open suffix kind of. One mirror. What is this guy doing? +1 raise specter. Okay, this is a delve item. Oh wait, is it a delve item? No, it's an elder. Okay. Suppress. Dexterity. Can you slam a fractured item? Actually, don't know this, if this is true or not. Can I come in here and slam it? No, cannot be a fractured item. Yeah. So if this was Hunter Slam, that's what I was talking about. You can't. It seems like you can't slam like a Conqueror Exalt slam a fractured item. But if we did get something like this, which would be insane, by the way, you would just like Hunter Slam. Okay, so here we got Pierce, but we really want +2 Pierce, so it's kind of a miss for us. This is a miss. This is a miss. That's a miss. Okay, +2 additional. There we go. It took us like 5 tries. So we do have to make like a bunch of these boots. Like +1 Pierce is okay, but we really want +2 Pierce. But yeah, we could pretty much do like the same thing, right? Like if you wanted the hunter boots, like just keep spamming some good essences. Actually, I don't know what I would do. Maybe I would do envy actually to get like high chaos res. I think we have Eldritch for gloves. Yeah, we do. We want to actually use both the gloves projectile pierce and we want to use the boots projectile pierce to get +4 pierce. There's actually another thing you could do, like a very very cheap anoint. Where is it? Yeah, this one, piercing shot. It's actually not cheap. I just looked at it. It's silver and opalescent. But it gives you another +2 pierce. I talked about it in the build guide, but if we can get +4 pierce on our build, we can just use Ice Spear the whole time. Let me see. Let me see when I do that. I think when I did harvest juicing, that's when I'm doing it. End game annoying. Yeah, I would say mid game too. Oh yeah, yeah. This is actually a good one too. Again, like very like minor things, right? The cord belt. I don't know if the cord belt is still gonna be there. Um, but you see this belt. This is a cord belt. It's the blight belt where you can anoint on your belt, and you could get +2 pierce that way. Wait, hold on. I should have it. Let's look at my items. Stitching advice. D5. Yeah, right here. Okay. I think that's probably why I didn't talk about it in my build video. I kind of vaguely remember that. Everything's about accordingly. What the hell? Doesn't say it in patch notes. Where were we? Yeah, I think I would be doing Chaos Slam until I got something good. What is considered good? Oh, what the hell? Oh no. Before the Hunter Slam. Oh, oops. I'm going to use Breath Stealers and get the Anoint that way, and also get Blight Spore Buffs for myself and my totems. I'm going to farm Blight and Ritual again early. Nice. I remember you telling me about this. What was it called again? Breath Stealer? It was something with like Blight Spore or something like that. Is it like some boots or something? it show us blight uniques? I don't think it's going to, is it? Oh. Oh, this is oils. You can actually get inspired learning from blight. That's actually kind of crazy. I did not know about this. Oh, right here, Bread Stealer. I typed it in. It didn't show up. It's right here, but let me type it in one more time. Did I spell it wrong? BR. Okay, I don't know what's going on. So let's take a look at this. Oh yeah, the gloves themselves can be anointed. That's kind of crazy. Um, create a blighted spore when your skills or minions kill a rare monster. Blighted spores are allies with a random aura. What? Affecting the player and other nearby enemies. Random auras can include those that come from monster modifiers. Blighted spores do not move. Can be damaged and killed. Wait, yeah, that's kind of insane. A random aura? That's pretty good. Hatred? Oh, we don't do any fizz conversion. Grace is okay. Haste is very good. Pure device is okay. Clarity is okay. Discipline is pretty good. Malevolence. Wrath? It's okay. Zealotry? We don't really need it. Anger? Determination could be good. I don't know. I think like the glove implicits are too good though. All the spore buffs stack, yeah. Unless you could like stack the same buffs. I don't know. But these are pretty good gloves. I still think the glove implicits from a rare item is like really good. Fire resistance is 75 reduced cold. No, we definitely can't do that. Yeah, have a second enchant. I know a lot of people want Stampede. Like, I think a lot of Cyclone players. Day one, this item sells for quite a bit. Can we do a price check? Unique armor. These gloves are awesome for small arenas like Rituals and Ultimatum. Yeah, I could see them being very good for like for sure. I actually someone was asking me about Ultimatum, and I do need to do a little more about Ultimatum. Um, I yeah usually wait, Stampedes are 20 days. Wow, day one they're like 1.5. I remember day one getting these and I was selling for like a divine. Wow, that's kind of insane. That's like at least 2 or 3 days. What the hell? I don't think it's like crazy rare to get these either. If you just do like a ton of blight, you're definitely gonna get this. And blight's like pretty like chill to do. I used to do a lot of blight early to get currency. It's a pretty good strat. I definitely like it. Um, I was just checking something real quick. Cool. Uh, yeah, I think we have pretty much everything we talked about. Got the trees. You know, like I said, the Google does this Google Doc is in the description of this live stream, right? So if you want to access it, um, you can. So we got 0.5 crit buff for Ice Spear. Yeah, that's pretty much all we got. It's actually pretty big if you consider it because Ice Spear has like very high crit. So if you could see here, second form has 600% increased crit chance, which is pretty insane. So it goes from like, let's do the calcs. This is my day 5, but let's do a quick little look. So yeah, here you could just see it's like 600%, right? So it's the, let's bring out the calculator. Right, so it does the math for you. Like this is like everything, all the crit chance from, you know, like zealotry, the passive tree, all that good stuff. And essentially the increase is 12.48. So, and the base is 7. So now we have a base of 7.5 times 12.48. And, you know, so it's pretty good, right? Like we just got like 6% more. So if we could fit like a little more crit chance somewhere else, we could get 100% without a little bit easier, I guess. Ice Spear splitting was what I used and was also buffed. Yeah, Ice Spear splitting also did get pretty big buff. Like I think a lot of people, you know, a lot of people look at Freezing Pulse, and I do agree. Freezing Pulse is giga buffed. It's got this projectiles, right? So you don't have to use GMP, but it's kind of awkward swapping in GMP with something else and then also like swapping GMP back. It's like it's kind of a lot of effort to like swap in too many gems, right? Like if I was like telling people to swap support gems like at bosses, it's kind of like a lot. Um but if you use like Ice Spirit splitting, I think Ice Spirit splitting is still much better than freezing pulls. And the reason is like now you got more splits. You got 2 more additional splits, right? And then what does the quality do actually? I forgot what quality did on Ice Spear splitting. Let's take a look. Ice Spear splitting. Yeah, so quality added even more splits, right? So now we can get 30% quality, right? And we're just gonna have so much split that on top of this additional 2 split, that it's going to be 10 splits, which is insane for clear. And the reason why Ice Spear splitting is better is it off screens. Like freezing pulse is really good for, I would say, like early game, maybe even mid game. But once we start getting like late mid game to end game, Ice Spirit splitting is going to be so much more powerful because you're just gonna off screen things. I will talk more about this again in like an update video because I'll try out freezing pulse. We'll see how good it feels. I'll try out ice spirit splitting. Um, I know it's going to be insane. Like I already know that ice spirit splitting was better than freezing pulse, but freezing pulse did get a massive buff. Uh, like this is a absolute massive buff. We'll have to see what it looks like and if it's worth just swapping support gems too. Like if you're doing like maybe like farming content, like like I plan on doing like red altars, um it's easy, right? Where you don't really have to like gem swap. You could just put in freezing pulse, take out GMP, and put in like what would we put in actually? Maybe like cold pen, maybe like added. Well, actually, no. Yeah, you would just put in added cold damage because I'm using return projectiles. Maybe you take out return projectiles too. Uh, there's a couple things that we're gonna have to experiment with. But yeah, like let's say you're doing like map clearing content, then you don't have to worry too much. But if you're doing like destructive play, then you kind of have to gem swap. Unless you have like +4 peers, then you don't have to. That's one thing I'm worried about with the essence strat is I might need to get some peers on the build. I mean, if we really, really want early game, right? Let's say we have like good damage, you could legitimately just add like peer support. And it does give you 4. Wait, hold up. Hold up. Wait, Pierce actually has like more damage multiplier. Let's go like mid game. I actually just like thought about this, and this legitimately could be Giga. Do I have? Okay, I don't even have the damage of um returning projectiles on, but if we just did Pierce, increase projectile damage, 17% damage. Oh, wait, hold up, guys. Ice Spear crab totems. I do want to play around with Ice Spear totems. Or sorry, crab totems, just to see what it's like. Guys, there's a massive argument right now to instead of using returning projectiles, just use peers. Yeah, like so returning projectiles is gonna give you 35% more damage, but Pierce gives you 20% more damage. And it gives you 4 Pierce. Like, that's insane. I do think returning projectile, like in the Giga endgame, is better. And then we just saw Pierce. But I forgot that I wanted to try the crab stuff. Yeah. But with this, you could free up your boots to be something else, and you could free up your glove implicit to be something else. What are the options for the glove implicits? Glove. Just pick up something. Yes, it's fine. Searing Eater. Which one had Piers? Piers? It was Eater. Yeah, so Eater was Piers. What can we take instead of Piers? Oh, we could take Exposure. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Wait, actually, okay. I'm writing this down because this might be like actually really really good. I use at times cold damage leached as life, then benchcraft increased damage while leeching. Oh yeah, that's pretty smart. I think on the gloves, right? You could get like gloves craft. Wait, I legitimately think this is something that we do. I might actually put this in day one update. Like I'm not even kidding. I need to sleep on it, but I'm gonna write down instead of returning projectiles. Until he gets tired, to be honest. Nice, nice. Yeah, let me write down this couple things. We'll wrap up our discussion. I might do one test run, um, and we'll kind of get ready for tomorrow. So instead of returning projectiles, use Pierce support, and instead of gloves implicit for Pierce, use exposure. Because then we could also drop Frostbomb. Yo, thanks Green Viper for the gifted sub, bro. I appreciate you, bro. But I think this is what we do to get a little more damage. So you are basically doing what I do in hideout at endgame. Yeah. I'm just sitting in POB just trying different things. I haven't even followed him yet. Bro, Dream Viper is goated like that. Let me see. How do I do this? Community. How do I do this? Which build will you be playing? So I'll be playing um Ice Spear Totems. And here's a link to the video. This will take you to my build video if you want to follow along. Oh, this Pierce thing is very, very nice. And actually, in Twitch chat, let me also link the Google Doc for you guys. I don't know if it'll be good for me since I want to be SSF. It could be very good in SSF. I actually did want to play this build in SSF at one point. The main difference in SSF is instead of going for annihilating light, what you would try to do is you would try to go for like a shield, right? Maybe I think it's evasion. Yeah, evasion, energy shield. Try to get like this is how you could get a lot of spell suppress. I know someone asked me earlier on how to get more spell suppression on the build. You get this, and then you try to get like a shaper shield, and you get +1 totems. I play Ice Spear in SSF. I run Spectre Shield. Yeah, you could do Spectre Shield or Wand Shield. I was considering between Jung Roan's Cold Dot or Garotha's Chaos Dot. Do you know which one's better? See, the thing about Jung Roan is like he's a very, very good player. So a lot of the stuff is hard to replicate. But I know Cold Dot is going to be very good. Um, Garotha is very good too. Chaos Dot, I haven't seen his build either. So I'm not too well informed on which one is better. Um, but from my experience, I know Cold Dot is very good. See, think to copy Jung Roan. See, that's the tricky part, right? Copying Jung Roan is is very, very difficult. It's just he's just a very good player, so he just does a lot of things like 100 times faster. So I don't know how good his guide is, like how step by step it is. Um, but if you can keep up with him and if you kind of understand exactly what he's doing, um, yeah, I would definitely say Cold Dot will be the way to go. But yeah, in SSF you could go for like something like this, like a spike shield, get spell suppress, get +1 totem, um, and then you could get like increased chance to block and things like that. Get like a really good block, and now you don't need the block nodes as much, right? You could just get rid of some of these block nodes. Um, and then there's like a whole bunch of suffix you can get. You could get even more spell suppress, and then you could think about going spell suppress helmet. In in SSF, Soul Mantle is actually kind of easy to get. Like you could get Soul Mantle in SSF. It's a very cheap, or not cheap, but like a low tier unique. The hardest thing would be getting Annihilating Light. That's why I would say just go for a shield instead. Get like a Shaper Shield. What else? And then just get spell suppression. There is an argument where you could also do something like go down here. How many points is this? Yeah. Yeah, you have enough points to go here. Could take Coward's Legacy. Coward's Legacy would be hard to get. It's doable, but it'd be hard to get. And you could get like spell suppression over here. You could even get like Mage Bane. Oh yeah, that item will not exist for me. It is not possible as I'm usually around level 85 and done, Sometimes I can get 90. Yeah, if you're done playing the league around level 85, I don't know if you should follow John Roan's build. that's that's gonna be difficult. I would what build would be good for things like that? I mean, you could definitely try it. I think Cold Dot is very good. Um, yeah, I think just with a couple of rare items, you should be fine. You could probably do Eater Exarch, yeah. You should be fine, I think. Okay, cool. Yeah, we've been kind of talking a lot. I want to do one run. Um, yeah, let's do one run. Let me write down a couple things I want to do. Okay, so the gloves. Um, look at better trade. Um, let's look at the filters. So the filter has been updated. I will do another update here, and then you could just like follow the filter, and then you'll have everything set. If anything, if there's some issue with filter blade, might have to make a new one, and you guys could just stop by the stream if I made any changes to the loot filter, and for any reason you need to copy it, or you could just refresh here, look for like 3.29. That looks good. Reddit crafting. Yeah, let's leave crafting. Could have left that up, but it's fine. Patch notes. We'll leave that up. Okay, I just filled my fridge with snacks and drinks for tomorrow. Oh yeah. Dude, I made plans with a friend to get Chipotle tomorrow. So I'm getting Chipotle for lunch. And so today I made like a whole bunch. Let me see if I could show it. I did some grilling. I made like some salmon and some shrimp. Like I'm talking like a whole batch of shrimp. I just took like a. This is like the only picture I could show you guys without revealing too much. But yeah, like look at this. Some grilled shrimp. It's about to be a banger. Made some salmon too. Let's see. We got some salmon over here. Bunch of salmon. Dude, I am prepped. I got like my food ready to go. I decided to go with seafood for this patch. Looks pretty good. There's a couple like other stuff, but I don't think I took too many pictures. All right, anyways, let's fire up some PoE. Oh, actually, I want to quickly show one more thing. Okay, so this is this is one more thing that I did. Like this is gonna be for only some people, right? But I'm gonna explain kind of how to use this. So I made a zone by zone written guide. Again, it's in the Google Doc. It just kind of goes over what to do if you are sort of like an intermediate player and you sort of know what to do. It's gonna be easy to follow. If you're like a new player, this might be helpful. This might be a little complicated, but this is how I've been trying to go faster, right? Like This is to go like for a sub 4 minutes or 4 hours. And I'm currently only getting to 5 hours, but this thing helps me kind of push going like really fast. The best way I would say to utilize this is to use this column right here, the XP threshold. It kind of tells you what kind of XP you should be in each zone so that you're not like overkilling things. And if you kind of follow the XP and you only kill things that will roughly give you this much XP, then you could just run past everything. And it kind of gives you a goal on what to do per zone. The time stuff is just, you know, if you know exactly what you're doing, then you could pay attention to time and kind of speedrun. But if you don't know, if you're not trying to like super speedrun, but you are trying to get better at speedrunning, I would look at XP threshold. You're so prepared, you're like a pro speedrunner. I don't know about that, but I try my best to get faster, and this is one way I've used to get a little bit faster. So yeah, let's try it out. I think for some people it might help. Some people it might complicate things. You know, let me know how you guys find it. Okay, let's do a test run. It's time to do a test run. Yeah, let's just do migrate all. How many characters can I create? Okay, yeah. Delete. Gotta make sure I have at least 2 characters. Delete. Okay, yeah. We got some good amount of characters we can create. Okay. You know, you gotta sit up straight for this one. Okay. I feel like I should be good. Let me just look at my notes. Let's take a quick little peek before my cheat sheet. Okay, so Act 1, you know, we're not going to have to worry about colors as much next league. Clarity, Frostblink, okay. Transmute, okay. Tree, Act 1 tree, yeah. I'm only going to do like an Act 1 run because I think that's like the one that I want to work on. Maybe we do two of the runs, but yeah, let's try it. How come Green Viper is not a moderator? Honestly, he should be. How do I make people a mod? There you go. He's a mod. I need to figure out like roles. There's like a way to like VIP someone, but it's rough. Okay, let's just do a little. Yeah, for sure, Green Viper. Green Viper has been a long time supporter of the stream. Test. Okay, I'm just gonna hit start and then we are good to go. Can I do a what was it, practice run of Jung's build? I don't know if I can, to be honest. I don't even know. Yeah, I'm not sure what he's actually doing for the first couple of levels. We'll kind of practice our build since it is Leaguestart tomorrow. I do want to, one of the main things is to change this attack option. So what are the biggest things to make anything feel like smoother? Okay, sorry. Yeah, just since it's like Leaguestart tomorrow, I don't want to spend too much time trying to look up his build. See if we get any colors. We don't. I'll take the sword.
Stay sharp out there.
I've seen lion eyes. Take care.
I should actually get rid of affinities. That's one thing I should do. That way I could do this like much faster. Because I think I spend too much time doing this. We're going to create. Go to SSF. Create.
You swore sinew and soul to serve God.
We have our loot filter in. Looks pretty good.
Even death gives no solace.
Are pinnacle bosses immune to freeze and chill? I believe pinnacle bosses are. But not to chill. They're just immune to freeze, I believe. Or there's like some sort of like freeze threshold or something like that. That's like insanely high. But they can be chilled. Okay, we don't have socket colors yet, so it's my biggest concern right now.
My God has no need for my company just yet.
We got 2 scepters. Gonna log out. Double press enter. We're not gonna take rolling magma, right? Two-handed. For our colors. Look for our colors. We didn't get it. We did get this axe, which we will take.
Farewell.
And then we'll just kind of go.
My nightmare.
Not really much we can do here. Whoops. Can use a skill. Nice. Again, gonna change my attack move option. Not gonna fight anything here. Gonna take our skill point. Let's go. We'll try to follow Jung's build. At 5 minutes, he's at Brutus. It'd be like that. He is very, very fast. Yeah, rows are also like very, very rippy, so it'll be a little careful here. Definitely take your time. Yeah, like you could easily just get stun locked here. Yup. And I might die. I leveled up and I still died. I think every time I've done this, I've died here at least once. Except for when I did it after I haven't played PoE in like 2 months. Then I did it complete. Okay. What level am I? Level 3. I want to be about like 3.5. Wow, a transmutation is kind of massive for our build. Okay, we pretty much killed enough here, and then we just gotta leave. I died like... Oh my god, I looked away for 2 seconds to read a message. I almost died again. Died like 4 times to Roas, yeah. Roas are like the pinnacle bosses of the entire campaign. Like, actually. We're a little slow. Oh man, blue pack. Another blue pack. Where is Hillrake? I'm honestly just trying to focus him. Why is there a blue pack? There's like so many of them. See, this is where rolling magma would have been OP. We'll see. We'll see how bad the nerf is. I honestly might just start rolling magma tomorrow and see how bad the nerf is. Okay. We get holy flame totems, and then we get frostblink. Let's look for the colors. Not getting any colors. No movement speed. This is going to be rough. I might just take this just so we have a red socket. Sell.
Stay sharp out there.
I'd almost.
Should get movement speed, arcane surge. Then we could purchase the flame wall.
Goodbye.
Take all of this. Rusty sword goes in here. Momentum goes in here.
Yes?
Sell life. 2
Beware.
mana flasks.
What little help.
Cool. And we're good to go. A little slow, but it's okay. Holy flame totems. Flame wall, arcane surge, boom. Holy flame totals, flame wall, arcane surge. Too many like settings to change, man. Oops, I actually leveled up Arcane Surge just fine. In this zone, we do want to go in this side area because of the new campaign changes. This zone, I always mess it up, but let's see how well we do. Portal scroll. This looks actually pretty good. I'm actually gonna go up. I feel like down is a trap. Yup, I learned my lesson. I'm learning, guys. I'm learning this layout. Let's get a little more damage. Did I get frozen? Did you bring your Garmin for direction? Yeah, I think this time I remembered to remember to follow the right way. Nice. And then here a boat spawn, so you could just leave. This is why you no longer have to like drop a portal and do all that shenanigans. You could just go. Build's not looking strong. Yeah, early on, you know, it's just Act 1. And, you know, we're not using a rolling magma, so... We're not bad, though. We're still, like, 1 minute slower than where we want to be. Nice. We got another Orb of Transmutation, level 6. Goat's Horn. Gonna go back for that. Gonna level up. Yeah, now we should be cruising a little bit. Pick up this blue item. Actually, we already have 2 transmute, which is kind of insane. It's literally all we need for Act 1. Kind of crazy how RF went from being on the low end of people's League starters to top tier. It's because everybody, all the RF players are like cult followers, you know? No matter what it is, they have to play RF. They think about it, they're like, maybe I don't do RF, but then they go and do it anyways. We got another goat horn. Very, very nice. Okay, we're looking pretty good. Okay, I'm gonna remember to not level my Arcane Surge. Gonna lock it at level 2. Just keep going. What is Flamewood? Flamewood is a support. It's a support skill. And anytime an enemy hits your totems, it will fire a mortar, like a projectile, like an artillery strike kind of. I might low key do a slam into RF. Oh my god, I gotta pay attention. That sounds pretty fun. Yeah, that's a good plan. But I think isn't RF like really fast for campaign? I mean, I guess slams is like very fast for campaign. It's been ages since I played RF. Yeah, RF is very, very fun. It's just, you know, I like doing bossing, and RF bossing is an absolute nightmare. It's gonna quickly go back to town, and then we should be able to potentially get some links. Nope, we did not. This thing's like really scuffed. Gonna put these wands on. Let's put these away. Combustion. Okay, we can't identify items yet. We not even have like blue red. Oh, that's a shield. Okay, we'll just take this. Okay, let's go back. Get the trial. Yeah, Killer, are you doing SSF or no? Yeah, I gotta like actually play the game. Okay, we could put combustion. Looking pretty good. Get some points. Find the exit. Give me a second. Does freeze from frostbomb and ice spear stack? I believe so. I think it's just the chance to freeze and like the threshold of freezing. Okay, I just went the wrong way. Oh heck no. SSF ain't You're not strong enough to mentally survive SSF. Okay, we're gonna look for this strongbox. I think we found it. Is it over here? Yeah, it looks like it's over here. Nice. We found the strongbox. Exactly what we're looking for. This way we can... hopefully get a Quicksilver. We did not get a Quicksilver. Okay. It's kind of unlucky. It's fine. We're getting all the bad RNG out of the way. Okay, let's just go to Brutus. Oh, Salt Bucket is online. Where's Mr. Salt?
Your answer's here, heretic. In Rayclast. But I don't think you'll like
Essence, there's no way in chance. There's no chance that I'm doing an essence in Brutus. I'm gonna guess he's right side. He's always trying to destroy it. Not too bad. I'm just gonna pick up everything and then I'm gonna log out, log back in. Boom bap. Pick up leap slam. Gonna sell everything. Gonna look for a link. We're not gonna get it. It is what it is. We keep going. We're gonna buy Flamewood. And we're gonna buy Clarity. Fortunately, we can't use either of them. So I'll just keep going. Prisoner's Gate. Unfortunate part for tomorrow's I'm going to be 5 hours late. That's okay. I'll be able to watch people's run, yeah. Yeah, it's actually kind of okay to be late sometimes. I wonder how the Luminary Leaguestart will be. Yeah, I'm curious about the Luminary too. I'm gonna try to play like more builds this league. I could go back for that transmute, but it's okay. We'll just keep going. Okay, we hit level 10. So we could use Leap Slam. Gonna level up. Can't really use Clarity. I just gotta do this. Kinda need to get better at that, but it's okay. I'm pretty sure I have one portal, so perfect. Drop a portal here. Keep it going. I feel like it's over here. Yeah, it's over here. Nice. Go back to town. Hit the portal. For the vendors, I just type for the links. Yeah, that's pretty much what I do. I just have a regex that I have it like copied, and then I just kind of copy and paste. I drop an amulet. You cut your time from 46 to 31 minutes. That's pretty good. We're kind of a little behind on XP, but it's fine. Yeah, I'm sure you'll dig great. Yeah, honestly, like, to be honest, whenever there's like a league start, the times kind of go out the window because, you know, you start exploring like new things. Gonna log out, go back to town. We don't need to gamba anything. Let's see if we get any more colors. Legit not getting anything. Oh, I just take this just in case. Doesn't matter. Oh.
Take care. Take care.
Little slow today, but it's okay. Oh, I need to actually get a blue socket. It's fine though. Gotta follow the bridge. Did I forget to get skill point? I may have. Orb of fusing. I would go back for that, I think. You're already done with the whole act? Almost, almost. Just gotta fight the bossy boss. Just keep running into dead ends. Yeah, it's a dead end too. I think we have to go up. Yeah, I think it's up here. In Act 1, you know, you don't really have to... If you're new to the build, if... You know, you've never played it before, don't worry to take your time, get your... you know, get level 13, so then that way you can get Ancestral Bond. We're only level 11. Usually, oh my god. Usually you'll be like level 12. I should have actually got a sapphire ring, but it's okay. I think we'll be fine. It's kind of shredding me right now. Getting absolutely destroyed. I feel like I'm getting like absolutely destroyed. What is going on? Like, leave me alone for 2 seconds. Oh yeah, I don't have a 3 link. That's why my damage is a little low. This might be my worst run I've ever done. It's okay, we'll get it done. Softcore trade for the win. There we go. A little rough. Let's see how long it took us. 28 minutes? That's not bad. That's not too bad. Usually I'm 16 or 17 against this boss. 16. Not like the age, yeah. I'll do the new league mechanic at the end of each axe as I save up items to engage with it. I think I might not do league mechanic until like maybe act 5. That was pretty good. 28 minutes, 34 seconds, and we kind of you know, we didn't get a 3 link. If I could just go under 5 hours, I'll be happy. At the end of each act, I'll have a number of items to engage with the mechanic. Give me more tries to reveal the sea bottom. Yeah. It does look good, huh? Like, the mechanic. I don't know how fast it's going to be. I will interact with it, but I'm thinking I'll interact around... probably interact around maybe like act 4, maybe like right before I do like a lab or something. So like maybe act 7, like act 7 and act 4 I might do it, or maybe act 3, just so if I could do it before for the lab. Let's take a look at my stash tab, make sure it's in order. One, two, three, 4. Yeah, looks good. I'm actually going to turn off my flask affinity, so then it goes... I'm going to turn off my gem affinity. Look at all these enlightened gems I have. I think this should be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, and then flask affinity off, gem affinity off, map is on. Do we want currency affinity on? Low key, I'm gonna have currency affinity off. So then, you know, like that thing where I was like level 1 and I was like manually moving one thing over? I could just like control click everything and then I could just control click and take it away. And then flask and gem will be off too. So that I could just quickly take a momentum. I think we're good for Leaguestart. What do you guys think? We got a quick little test run out of the way. We did day one prep. Got the strategy for day one. I think we're looking pretty good. You have rainbow potions? Yeah, my patients do look like I have a rainbow. Maybe we do it like this. Red into orange into yellow. How do we make yellow again? Isn't yellow like blue and green? Yeah. Or sorry, blue and yellow make green, right? Oh, anathemas? Yeah. Yeah, this is one of my characters. What was my last character called? I think it was like Punch, right? Yeah, Punch. This guy looks like the Burger King. Look at him. Looks like the Burger King man. Can we do like a boss fight or something? Let's do a quick Maven. Oh, I gotta go over here.
Pain will be returned tenfold. Space aligns.
Pain will be returned tenfold. Alright, let's test my memory.
Resistance will be punished.
Maven's the only fight where it's kind of like... I don't know, I just need like more practice on Maven. It's the very last phase I need practice on. That's the only phase I really die on. Oh, I actually didn't pay attention. I don't even... Can't even tell what is happening. It just... It's the build. Alright, here we go. This is where it gets a little tricky. Okay, I actually think I got it. Yeah. I just need more practice. It's just like there's too many like moving components. Did I actually get invert the rules?
For it continues to play. You and I should do this again soon.
Children are capricious, Nomad. Be warned. The memory of your
And we actually got Breach Astrolabe. Nice. Of course. Of course we get RNG. Anything else we should try out? Okay, we could try can I try to roll for like turbo or something? I kind of want to get turbo. Yeah, there we go. Attack speed. Get out, Bisa. Yeah, let's try this. This guy's also like annoying to fight.
Your absurd defiance ends here, hatchling.
I'm not gonna. Actually gonna stop before I fully kill him. Yeah, give me a ball phase. Yeah.
That may be, but I am not alone.
How pathetic.
This is fun. I need to like practice like putting. This is what I mean. Like I shouldn't have talked there, but yeah, like the ball phase. Like I just need practice. It's like, see what I mean? Like I'm trolling. Do we have automation on? Okay, yeah, let's take automation off. Like I'm running out of mana randomly. Put this on now. The league starts at 2 a.m. for you? That is rough. I would honestly just sleep. Okay, can we get him to do another ball phase? Can you do another ball phase, buddy? Bro, can we get one more ball phase? I thought I was in the corner. There we go. Where's my totems? Where are my totems? Why are my totems not on queue? Okay, let's... I just want to practice the ball phase. That's all. The ball phase, the ball phase, the ball phase. Eater is fine. Eater's kind of easy. Anything else, guys? I think that's probably going to be it. I feel like we talked about a lot. does a pretty good, like, um quick little act 1 test run. But yeah, check out the Google Doc. Link is in the description. If you're on Twitch, just check the pinned comment. We got all the Atlas trees planned out. We got some early crafting planned out. I think the servers are going to be rubber banding early anyway, so I can sleep you out. Can you raid Viper? Is Green Viper streaming? Green Viper, are you streaming? I actually haven't done too many raids. I need to like figure out how to like raid people. I'm not on right now. Are you going to be, or are you going to the bed? Just doing small test runs in SSF. Nice, nice. I'll be on tomorrow, of course. You better be. Got the game plan ready. Actually, don't know too many people on right now. The only person I know is Jung, but he's already got like thousands of people watching him. Where's is Evers? Everseen's not on today. GG. My 3. Please show me some love. Drop a follow. Yo, appreciate you, Green Viper. Yeah. If you guys like the content, stream, the build, all that good stuff, hit me up with a follow. We will be doing more stuff for the Leaguestart. We're gonna, do update videos, and we're gonna do some like currency farming strats. Again, I'm planning on doing Essence. I haven't tried doing essences before, so that is what we are gonna go for. Raid Echo's not online. Yo, did any updates updates to what, the build? We have our build video out. About the build. Here's like the build video, but for the most part, can you tell me the investment for nightmare farming on this build? You should be able to do nightmare farming. I know the video. Anything after that, I did find one thing that I was talking about today. This is actually, it'll answer your question too. Dark words. So for nightmare farming, once you get to around here, like 10 million DPS, you could do fortress farming. Like if you do fortress farming, you can go for it. I'll make the regex. But one thing, Hassel Yam, one thing I was thinking about doing was this actually. So currently, I was talking about how like we could permanently play Ice Spear, and I was looking at this Pierce support, and I realized Pierce support not only pierces, but it gives us 4 pierce, and it also gives us more projectile damage. So because it's giving us 4 pierce and more projectile damage, and then the quality also gives like increased projectile damage, you know, I might use pierce instead of returning projectiles. And then we could permanently play Ice Spear if that's what you want to do. So like if we're doing like essence farming or things like that, if you're doing like nightmare maps, we could do something like this. But yeah, let me pull up, map regex. Oh yeah, so I think I have it here. Yeah. So for nightmare maps, we can pretty much do everything. Uh oh, sorry, I hear nothing because of ad. Okay. TLDR. Um I'll try it as well just to compare in game because sometimes some supports feel better. Yeah. So one thing I was thinking about doing was, you know how I was talking about Ice Spear, like we could just permanently play Ice Spear. So instead of using and returning projectiles, we use Piers. And the main reason for that is Piers gives us 4 additional projectile, which is like good enough. And I was thinking about doing it, but it also gives us 20% more damage. That's like a pretty good multiplier, and we don't have to worry about peers. Um, so I was thinking about I might actually do this from day 1 or day 2. I'll talk about it on my day 1 update for sure. See how it goes. But if that's the case, then this might be like the best way to go. And then maybe in the end game, um, we go back to returning projectiles because we get a lot of penetration, or sorry, pierce from like our boots and stuff. We can use implicit for pierce on gloves, right? Yeah. So when we get to like end game, I think it's still better to do this, right? Get pierce on the gloves and then get pierce on the boots, and that'll give us 4 pierce because returning projectiles gives us 35% more damage, right? So that's kind of massive. That's 15% more damage than Pierce. Yeah. So I think for early game, maybe Pierce support is good, and then like mid to late game, when you can get Pierce on your boots and get Pierce on the gloves, I think returning projectiles better. Um, yeah, that's the other thing is you could do that. You could swap in um returning projectiles for bossing. If you were doing pure bossing, yeah. But I, I guess in that case, instead, what you would do or what you should do is just swap in like freezing pulse or ice spear splitting for clear, and then swap in ice spear for bossing, and then just leave returning projectile on and don't worry about pierce at all. Because ice spear splitting and ice spear splitting will split, and freezing pulse will like automatically pierce. There's a couple of things to do, but Yeah, dark wards. I was thinking about doing nightmare rushing like on day 3 and stuff like that. Yeah, it's technically should be none because if you look in the ascendancy points, um, we have all 4 of our ascendancy. It's just whenever you do the boss kill, it like gives you the affinity. But yeah, we don't use anything. There's there is some things where you could do here, but at the very end we're gonna go for mage blood, so it doesn't seem like any of the bloodlines are gonna help us. And the only one that could is the +1 ring, but it comes with too many downsides. So I don't think it's worth. And even though this node got nerfed, it's still going to be very good. And I have that in the configuration, that nerf. I think I'll do boss carry service at day 2 with this build. Yeah, you should be able to, depending on where you end up. You're definitely gonna be able to do some boss carries. That's what I used to do. Like, I don't do it as much anymore because it actually takes a lot of energy, right? Like I was doing feared rotations. Like you don't even need like an aura bot, but if you do get an aura bot, like this build is even more giga insane. Um, for like feared carries and things like that. Um, but I was doing it solo and I was doing like feared carries, and let me tell you, man, it is chaos. And you really can't mess up. If you mess up, like it's like 10 times worse. But you make so much money. It's literally the best money making method in the game is like doing boss carries. That's also another reason why I love this build. Like if you have, let's say you do boss carry service and you make like 30, 40 divines on day 2, which would be like super easy doing boss carry service. You invest that all into the gear, and now you have like, I don't know, like 50, 60 million DPS. And then you do like feared carries. Feared carries make like anywhere from like 20 to like 40 divines an hour. It's like absolutely ridiculous. After 6 link and update, what's next? So everything is laid out here in the notes section in the POB, but yeah, it tells you main thing after you get annihilating light is just like, make sure you fix your rares, um all that stuff, and then you could look for like amulet, right? Like +1 amulets. Um but yeah, once you have a 6 link in annihilating light, you're pretty much at the end of mid game and you're ready to begin going into end game. So you just pick up like plug and play items like Rain of Splinter, Dying Sun, Bottle Fate. Those are going to be like the easy item pickups, and then later you're going to have to think about getting Coward's Legacy and then crafting 12 passive cluster. Yeah, it says it right here. So 12 passive cluster, um 12 passive cluster with increased effect, cast speed, elemental resistance is the main one you want. I'm so hyped. My damn feet are burning. Yeah, I'm so hyped too. I'm super excited. Like, it's just fun. Leaguestart is just so fun. I can't wait to blast. I'm excited because I'm trying like a new strat on day one. I am, I'm planning on going um flashbang. I'm gonna plan on doing essences. Only reason I'm doing essences is because like other people can sort of like follow along, right? And it's easier to do. But yeah, like boss carry is like so fun. I might do some like free boss carry service on stream when I feel like I'm like my build is like good enough. Cuz I'm going to try to play on like a 4 link as long as possible, and then once we get like 2 void stones, I'll like switch to like a 6 link. No, I mean not 12 passive, the 8 passive plus sleepless sentry. Oh, and in the mid game, yeah. Mid game, yeah, you just want to get any large closer jewel with like prismatic heart. Prismatic heart mainly for resistance for like annihilating light. But yeah, you're just getting 2 medium clusters, eye to eye repeaters, sleepless sentry, ancestral echo. Pretty solid. And I would even go for a second one, right? Like a second setup that's exactly the same as this. Sort of like this. So if I look at the tree, I would just build this top one and then I'll build this one. I wouldn't worry about the small passives yet. Um, Small passives you can pick up later. Oh yeah, let me look at the Redrix. Yeah, so for nightmare maps, I guess day one Redrix, I probably don't want to do Shaper Touched, and I probably don't want to do Tentacle Fiends. Accompanied by Synthesis Boss is fine. Minus Res is fine, I guess. Penetration is fine. Chain is kind of bad. Drowning Orbs is fine. Monster Resistance. The thing is, like, here's the thing. You could run, like, these tank mods. I would take off Chaos. I think it's fine, actually. Meteors are not fine. I agree. Meteors are not fine. Crit multi is fine. 40% less effect. I think crits are not fine too. I agree for the most part. Crits are not fine. If you're doing nightmare maps like with the mid tier, with like the mid game budget, then yeah. Maybe crits is not fine. Curse is like really good. At least for first maps. Well, I would assume you're not gonna. For the first map, the strategy is actually to use the scarabs. What's the scarab called? There's like these 2 scarabs. They like. I genuinely don't know what they're called. They should be like fairly cheap actually. Honestly, I could spot them by the color. Yeah, like it should be like a white or something. Are they expensive? No, there's no way they're expensive. There's like a scarab that like cancels. Oh yeah, right here. Scarab of Sinistral. Um, area suffix modifiers have no effect. So you just run Sinistral and Dextral. Yeah, nullifies basically. So you run both of these scarabs, and then your tier 17 or nightmare maps have 0 mods on them. So that's like that's the way people cheese nightmare maps on like day 1, day 2 to just get their completion. So if you're doing that, like if your plan is to do the nullify scarab strat for farming, it's actually not bad. That's not a bad strat. How expensive are they on day 1? Kind of expensive right now though. Like, why are they so expensive right now? Oh my god, day 1 they're super expensive. Day 1 they are super expensive. 46. Actually, they don't even appear on day 1, day 2, or day 3. They appear on day 4. It's appearing on Tuesday. That's kind of crazy. So yeah, you won't be able to do this on day 1. You will have to run mods. I mean, this is way too expensive. I would not be spending this much. Oh, this is standard. I'm trolling. Hold up. Sorry. I am trolling. What was it called? Like Dextrol or something? Yeah, my bad. I was looking at the wrong one. Let's go back. Okay, yeah, they're worth 1 chaos. I confused. Yeah, sorry. My bad. They still didn't show up till Monday though. But they're like 1 chaos. They're like super cheap. I remember when I did it, they were pretty cheap. Ooh. Mm. It's only 1 chaos for sure. I use it a lot. But I think they're going to be a little bit expensive. You think so? There's no Scarab farm left. Yeah. Were people doing the Mirage Scarab farming on day 3? Let me just pull up like a. Yeah, I think you're just gonna have to run mods. You're just gonna have to run mods. Um, let's continue chain. Crit multi is not fine. If you think crit multi is not fine, you probably don't want chaos damage either. Cursed is a good thing for us. Cannot be stunned. It's fine. Runes of Searing Exarch suck, but it's fine. Saw Blades, probably not for day 2. Like for the early, yeah, probably not. Reduce recovery. Fracture on death. I forgot exactly what this did. Target by meteor. Yeah, meteor sucks. Less defenses is fine. 2 projectiles. Is 2 projectiles really bad on the fortress map? I'm most likely, if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this on fortress map. Is shrine buff on uniques a big deal? Yeah, it's a big deal. The thing is, this could like straight up just brick your map. There's like some really disgusting shrine buffs that the boss can get. Like if he gets like always crits, like you're screwed. If he gets like the life one, so much HP. If he gets like uh max resistance, pretty bad. Yeah, a lot of people are talking about Tarns. I did mention it that I think it will be probably expensive, but it shouldn't be that expensive. Let's take a look at what the hell's the wiki. Unique item. Can we look at unique staff? So unique staff. And how do I check the tiers? Unique item tiers. Here we go. And then we go to staff. So yeah, Tarn Shiver is a tier 3 unique. It's fairly common. It's not like absolutely the most common, but it's like it's going to be fairly common. But it's going to be competitive. I would say for our build, like a +2 is fine, right? And I think you're gonna end up paying like, I don't know, like a couple chaos for a +2, but maybe a +4 might be expensive. Like I could see +4 going up in price. Let's take a look at this anyways. Tarn Shiver. The problem is I can't see the supply. It showed up the very next day. I think when like people started farming uniques and stuff like that, and I think um the league mechanic is gonna give uniques. So I think Tarn Shiver shouldn't be too bad. Just get like a +2 early on, and then like day 2, look for like a +4, and then like day 3, day 4, just switch to Annihilating Light. Should be fine. If you are like, if you're thinking about farming nightmare maps, you should be able to get Annihilating Light by like day 3. Yeah, it's just hard to tell. Like I would want to see this number on day 1, but we can't see it. It's okay though. Charlatan is 134 divines, really? How much is fragments for that boss? Is this because of Nimbus? Well, so 4 divines per fight. Yeah. How much is how much was Nimbus at the end? $40 divines. What's the percentage? What's the drop chance of Nimbus? It's less than 2%. What the hell? Why was it so expensive then? I mean, the prices are a little bit wonky, you know, because it's end of the league or whatever. It was like 80 or 90 divine. Yeah, yeah, makes sense. I'm just trying to wonder why Devouring Fragment is 2.3. Maybe because of Forbidden Flesh. It's probably because of Forbidden Flesh, right? Was Gluttony expensive? Was that a expensive support gem? No. Awaken Enlighten level 5, 1,800 divines. Holy. Eclipse support. Where does Eclipse support come from? Oh, Uber Maven? Dude, Uber Maven has some really, really good drops, huh? 2%, Pro Genesis 2%, all these awakened, empowered, and stuff, 2%. 2% total. Orb of Conflict is really good later. Invert the Rules. I don't think Invert the Rules was that good, right? I just dropped it like literally like. Oh, it's like. Oh, it's kind of worth a decent amount. I did 20 times, no good drops, got bored. Yeah. That sounds about right. How much was Pro Genesis? Pro Genesis probably like, yeah, 38. What the hell? Pro Genesis is 38? Like, there's no way. It had to drop in price. It was worth like 22,000 chaos on that day. Hi, how fast are you through the campaign in the new league with the totem build? I think I think in the VOD that I linked, I did like 5 hours and like 8 minutes or something like that. I think in the new league will be even faster because we don't have to worry about links as much. But yeah, I roughly do it in 5 hours. If we had like I don't know, if you really wanted to, you could do something like Arma cremation or something like that, and you could probably do it in like 4 hours. But I'm only doing like the totem setup because it's, you know, it's like more thematic and it's like kind of easy to transition. Kitava gave you so much divs. I tried to say it's Siri, but wrote Kitava. I don't know why. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say using Kitava. I wish I was fast. I do more like 8 or 9 hours. So in this what's it called? In the description of the YouTube comment or in the live stream, right? I have a link to this Google Doc, and I actually have created somewhat of a written guide for campaign. And obviously this is like, it's got some like times on like how fast you should be, but since you're doing the campaign at 8 or 9 hours, I would not look at this first column, right? This is the time. It's going to get in the way. But if you look at the XP threshold, this tells you what XP you should be at when you do that zone, right? So for example, like mudflats, you want to be like 3 3/4. So that way you don't like fight too much. When you get to Tidal Island, you want to be level 4, right? Things like that. When you finish Act 1, you want to be somewhere around 12.5, right? Things like this will help you go faster in the zone, because I think the biggest problem in the campaign is I think people like fight too many things, and this could potentially help you go faster. Yeah, and it's for every single zone, right? It's for every single zone. All the way up to Kira. I was doing act carries for 2 or 2.5 hours. I've actually never done act carries. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. And then also, yeah, just check out the other tabs as well. So crafting, I did like a simple crafting guide if you're playing like SSF or day 1 crafting. Just make sure check the trade first. Couple helpful links I found from like Reddit and whatnot. And then this is like my Atlas strategy. It's tough to not fight everything when you're still learning. Yeah. So if you're still learning, then I would not look at this too much, right? This is like like it's just if you want to go like faster, right? So if you're still learning, you don't need to worry about going faster. You just have to worry about this, right? All you have to do when you are like still learning is like follow the tree, right? Just all you got to do is, hey, I got to get these nodes, get that node, and then all you got to do is in the node section, right? Like you just got to get your skills, and then a couple other nodes like sell your blue items, right? Sell your magic items so you get transmutes, so you could buy things. And that's pretty much it. That's all you got to focus on. You don't even have to think about weapon swapping, right? Because this is like speedrunning tech. That's why it's optional. And then you just keep the game simple. And even if you get like a 7-hour campaign, 8-hour campaign, it's totally fine, right? Like it's probably better because some of these items on like the first 5 hours are kind of expensive. Like definitely like Soul Mantle is like 5 chaos, things like that. Tarn Shiver, I'm expecting it to be like 20 to like 30 chaos within like 5 hours. Which is basically half a divine. But let's say you get to the end of the campaign. Let's say you play 4 hours on day 1 and then you play 4 hours on day 2. you still don't even need to get Tarn Shiver at that point. Like, you probably only need to pick up Tarn Shiver around like yellow maps, and that could be day 3, day 4 for you. And at that point, this thing is going to be worth like very cheap. It's going to be worth like a couple chaos. And I know for a fact that Soul Mantle is going to be worth like 1 chaos. Kikuzaru is going to be 1. Lavinga is going to be like 1. Dodries is going to be 1. Self-Flagellation is going to be like 1, maybe 2 chaos. Tarn Shiver is the only outlier, but it really depends how many Fub Gooners there are, If there are a lot of Fub Gooners, because there are a lot of people playing Winter Orb, then it I still don't seeing it being like a divine. I still feel like it's gonna be like maybe like 20 chaos at max. With the buffs to the Shiver, won't it be worth just keeping it instead of the other staff? No. So Tarn Shiver is very, very good, and it's gonna be really, really strong. But in the mid game, right, Annihilating Light is way better. There is almost no better item for our build than Annihilating Light. And the simple fact is that it does triple damage. Like, there's only 2 lines here, right? One, it's so strong that you have to take a 60% reduced elemental resistance penalty because it's giving you triple damage. And yeah, there's nothing in the game that's gonna just flat out give you triple damage. Even the +4, yeah, you're gonna lose like so much damage. But with Tarn Shiver, like the buff, like let's say you get a +4 Tarn Shiver, you can delay the Annihilating Light like more and more. But in the end game, Annihilating Light will still be the best. Is there a competitive rare wand staff to be within Tarns? So you could craft a +5 rare staff, but that requires like crafting knowledge. Like you just have to recombinate, honestly, but it will require you to like prep the staff, right? Like you'll need like a +3 cold and like a +2 all skill, and you like smash it together and then do a couple extra steps to get some like spell damage, crit multi, things like that. But if you use the new Vol Orb, you can get the staff down to 47% instead of 60. Yes, that is a massive thing. My old, like right here, I do have like a 57% reduced elemental resist, and yeah, you could get it down. I just don't know how much volatile orbs are gonna be worth. Um, there is another thing you could do, like the thing with the wand, you could actually use like a wand shield. I talked about it earlier, but if you get a if you get a shield, if you get a shaper shield, you can get something called like a +1 to maximum totems. And if you could get +1 to maximum totems, you can it's like a damage multiplier, right? Like you get an extra totem. Like you're just gonna be doing more damage. So you could get like a shield with shaper influence, get maximum totem, and then for your wand, just go for like a +1/+1 crit multi wand. But you really need to know like what you're doing crafting that, because it's gonna take you like, I mean, you could get Tool Boon, but I think Toolborn, like replica, or sorry, Foulborn, Toolborn is going to be expensive. I think. Do I have my trade link? Yeah, like this item, you could get like a +4. There's no way it's worth 20 divines. Is it really? In standard, this thing's worth 20 divines. Wow, it's kind of crazy. So you could get +4 here, and then you could get a Shaper Shield for +1 totem. And yeah, that's pretty big, but yeah, it's not happening. Did you make an export for your Better Trade add-on? Yeah, it should be. If you go to the PUB, it's at the very bottom. I do have to update it a little bit more, but whenever I post the PUB anywhere, I should have it updated. So in the build guide, I will go in and update the PUB, and I'll put the Better Trade code, like the updated one, if I do anything. So one thing I realized is like my all my weighted sum got deleted. I don't know why. So that's the only thing I have to redo, but everything else should work fine, right? Like if you click on like anathemas, cluster jewels, yeah, cluster jewels, anything that's not weighted sum works completely fine. Anything with weighted sum, it just doesn't work. So any rare items I have, it's just not gonna work. Wait, 47% is 3 mirrors? What the hell? Green Viper, this is not happening. It's in standard though, so I actually don't know how much it's worth. There's no way these things are worth like mirrors. I think it's only just because it's standard. That's why. Yeah, people are crazy. It's because standard, like people, they just don't get items in standard. You know, how much is a volatile orb in standard? It's worth 6 divine. It's not even bad. How they gonna get volatile orb? I mean, I guess you don't until the patch. Actually, I don't think they get any new supply of volatile vol orbs until like next patch, as in like 3.30, because then via Sanctum you can get it, but the Sanctum patch is coming next tomorrow. Anything else you guys want to talk about? I feel like we covered a lot. Mm-mm. do we need to make the staff 60% before we volatile, or was that changed in PoE 2? I believe you don't have to. I think it's just like a random, like it's true random. But I'll have to figure it out when we come to it. Yeah, Green Viper is saying it's you don't have to, it's random. I think they only changed that in PoE 2 then, yeah. Dude, that's the problem that I'm having recently. It's like the information in PoE 2 and the information in PoE 1 are just like merging, and I don't know like what's what anymore. Oh, let me actually post this regex. I keep getting distracted. Reflect. I'm actually curious about how Reflect is gonna work next season. Um, I don't know. We'll leave it at this. This is a regex for nightmare maps. I know what's his name? Dark Words. He was planning it. I'll post it in YouTube chat too. If anybody was planning on doing nightmare maps farming like early on. I'm excited to Sanctum with this build. We'll probably respec for all damage at that time. Yeah, I would. Yeah, if you're planning on doing Sanctum, we'll see. Maybe I make a POB for it. But yeah, you would main thing you would change is your helmet. Main thing, okay, here like the two things if you're gonna do for Sanctum is you just change this to Heat Shiver for your helmet, and then the second thing is you don't worry about chaos resistance at all. You don't have to worry about chaos resist on any of your build. And then for gloves, you want to pick up the Alva gloves. With the Alva gloves, that gives you like increased damage if the enemy is chilled. There's actually a couple of things I saw. Actually, I saw like a new support gem. Didn't like GGG post something? Didn't they reveal like the gems or something? Do you guys know where you saw that? They did, right? Yeah, like why is this all PoE 2? Oh, is it this one? Yeah. So I think this support gem, I mean, I don't understand what the support gem is doing. Because okay, so it's saying like the first couple lines make sense, right? So increase effect of chill, increase effect of shock. Okay, got that. And then the third line is increased duration of the ailment. Okay, got that. But then it's saying chill chill enemies when they are shocked by your hits, reducing action speed by shock effect. So this is basically if you shock something, they gain the chill effect. But then the last line, it says shock enemies when they are chilled by your hits, increasing damage taken by chill effect. So basically it's saying that when you chill an enemy, it's going to take damage by the chill effect, but isn't that just bone chill? Isn't that just this right here? Like isn't that just bone chill? Chill shocks and shock chills with the same magnitude. Cuz let me just read bone chill, right? So bone chill says 44% increase of chill effect, right? Enemies chilled by supported skills increase damage taken by chill effect. So like it's just saying like increase cold damage taken by chill effect, and this other thing is just saying increase damage taken by chill effect as well. A friend of bone chill. I mean, all I'm saying is if this stacks with bone chill, no, but you can do lightning damage, but chill at the same time. But okay, so then okay. There's two things that there's two questions here, right? Am I creating a shock effect when I chill an enemy? Is that what's happening, or is this increasing the damage of my chill effect? Because then that will give us like extra damage, right? Because it's gonna boost our chill effect by a lot, and then if we could put shock, right? Like I don't even know how much shock we can put, but why is why is shock not giving us damage? Is this bugged? Okay, there we go. Yeah. Shock effect, I think. Yeah. Like if this gives us like I don't, but the thing is we're about to chill like crazy. Like are we going to get like 20% shock effect? Cuz that would be crazy on top of the chill. I don't know. This particular support gem is very interesting. If it is very strong, then what I would do is yeah, I would drop like culling strike and I would add the support. Wait, don't hype so soon. Look for the new keystone. What was the new keystone? Was it called like? Are you talking about bitter something? Bitter frost, right? Enemies chilled by your hits have damage taken increased by chill effect. Yeah. Enemies in your chilling areas have damage taken inc- have damage taken increased by chill effect. Yeah, it's almost the same. So here's the thing, okay? So there's like there's okay, again, there's like a lot of different things we can do. First, what I'm thinking is the way it does, then we don't need this entire gem setup, right? Because we don't have to. Well, I guess we would need cold snap, but we won't need bone chill. Or we don't need it. Yeah, just use the keystone. Yeah. But the thing is, grant enemies chill by your hit. Yeah. We'll have to see. We'll have to mess around with these gem setup combos. Yeah, exactly. It's like if we use the new support gem with Bone Chill and Unbound Ailment, we scale the effect of chill by like a lot. And we're gonna get like 30% quality, so we're gonna get even like more chill. I didn't want to like Omega POB Warrior it. I think our configurations were like pretty straightforward. Is there a way we could see the chill effect? Yeah, 23% chill effect, capped at 30. It's only on hit. I mean, yeah, I think that's fine, right? Because we're using cold snap to put the chill effect. Support skills that hit enemies. Yeah. I'm going to use automated phase run to help me go through the campaigns faster. Yeah, that's what I have. I think where is it? Yeah, I have automated phase run, or you could do arcane cloak, whichever one you like. But yeah, phase run really nice. Rival, how you doing, bro? Is that a badger? Is that a honey badger? Is your profile? That's pretty cool. I think yeah. So I think I'm gonna write this down actually. Experiment with what is this support called? Coursing current support gem. Bitter. What's it called? Bitter frost. Bitter frost. Keystone and cold snap interaction. Yeah, it's something I'm gonna have to test out. I'm just gonna write it down. But yeah, it seems very interesting. It's saying it's north of the witch's starting location, so like over here maybe. We'll see. Um, last minute things to talk about. I feel like we went over a lot of things. Da, 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 da. Any changes to the patch notes? Did they do any last minute things? Oh, they actually did. Hold up. They actually did. Updated abyss specific modifiers. Let's zoom in here. By lightless astrolabes. Changes, okay. Most skills supports that now deal more damage per second at gem level 20 have higher damage growth than before, meaning that the damage increases are even more pronounced at higher gem levels. Okay, so if you scale gem levels, Damage over time skills are gonna go crazy. Arcanist brand. Okay. This is purely a description change to better describe how it affects projectiles. Okay. Molten burst. Added 2 new crafting bench option unlocked by default. Reroll 3 random modifiers on a random reroll 3 random modifiers on a rare item for a cost of 3 chaos orbs. Reroll a random modifier on a rare item for a cost of 8 chaos orb. Wait, that's kind of insane, right? Would you actually do this? It's actually a good idea. Where would you do this? I don't know. I can't. Honestly, I shouldn't think it's like 4 in the morning. um, the number of monster packs spawned in unstable. Oh yeah, reduced progress. Yeah, we saw this change. No, added a new notable unhallowed right, which requires either vile bastion or forbidden power. Unhallowed right causes you to gain spirit infusions. What the hell? We got infusions in PoE 1? 2:12 a.m. for me. Oh, nice, dude. You're in, well, what are you in, Mountain Time Zone? That's pretty good. Each stack of spirit infusion grants 15% faster start of energy shields recharge. Channeling spells deal 5% more damage, and channeling spells have 10% more cost. Okay. Bitter Frost that we just talked about. Rolling Magma. Okay, well, why is this a update patch note for 724? We knew about this. They just literally they didn't add anything new to it. At least they should have given us like level 1 stats or something. You guys want to call it there? Anything else you want to talk about before we start? We got 12 more hours, I think, right? We got like 12 more hours till the league. Yeah, 12 more hours. I need to get some good sleep. Um, what else am I doing? I'm gonna go get Chipotle for lunch tomorrow with a friend, and hopefully, like around 2 p.m. my time, I can start like prepping, getting ready, and then I think I will try to go live maybe like an hour or like 45 minutes before league start, and then we'll do some last minute changes and stuff like that. I'm going to get some sleep now. Yeah, I think I'm going to do the same. We could probably talk for hours, but let's save it. Let's save it for the league start. But yeah, I should be on about like an hour before league start, so you guys could stop by the live stream, see how the progression goes. I'm just curious about the body armor I can get from Legion. Yeah, I think the enshrouded uniques are very interesting. I do want to play around with them. We'll see. Yeah, yeah. Other than that, we'll see. Yeah, I think I don't know exactly. I mean, yeah, we'll have to see, because I still think like double corrupting a soul mantle for +3 is just like way too good. But if you were to like, I don't know, maybe it's easy to enshroud on a soul mantle and then we could just go and double corrupt it ourselves. Couple things, so many things to like kind of try out and play around with. Um is there any questions on the YouTube video? Let's see if there's any questions on the YouTube video. How does it work in ultimatum? Thank you for the build again. I need to go cool off. Okay. No worries, man. I'll catch you later. See ya, everyone. Yo, thanks for stopping by, Green Viper. Thanks for the sub again. I'll catch you tomorrow. I'll catch you guys all in 12 hours. We're gonna have a quick group session in 12 hours. Yeah. See ya. Take care. Have a good night or a good morning if you're waking up. I'll see you later, guys. I'll see you. Peace.